I think everyone's here.
What did happen? I think we just finished fighting some giant boars, and then we ran back to the road, and then we carried on, and then we set up camp or something. Something like
I
that.
think we got to the edge of the forest. Yeah. And then we stopped there.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. I think you'd been traveling for half a day when you finally reached the edge of Delgan Woods. Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you pushed on for a little bit more, and eventually you began to see a little bit of Eastfield. So it's quite late in the day now, around 5 o'clock or something. I'll load you all onto the map. Who are we missing in the game? Looks like Anuri. We missing?
I just gotta go fetch my cloak.
Cool.
Is this a village?
Yeah, little village town thing. Yeah, something.
I'm back.
Cool. So yeah, as you approach Eastfield and get closer and closer, you eventually see that it is a walled off town. Any of you familiar with the place? Might be only Ridgar. Doesn't remember it being walled off in his last visits, however long ago they were. And as you go up the road and approach closer and closer, you see there are guards waiting at the entrance.
Where are we on the map?
Is
At the
it
bottom,
daytime or nighttime?
from the bottom side. Yeah, it's very late in the day. Getting to that evening.
Right.
So I am going to turn into a cat, a house cat,
Okay.
and I'm just gonna start approaching the wall side via the grass. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Is the wall tall?
Yeah, it's about let me think how high it was. Looks about 10 feet high, maybe a little over, maybe a little under. It's made out of nice wooden poles. It looks like they've been to work on the nearby woods, getting some wood for it.
Okay, is there spikes on top or anything like that?
No, no, they just end in kind of that wood stump finish.
Okay, so I'm gonna climb over the wall. Yeah, to the
Okay.
other side. Actually, I'm gonna climb onto the top of the wall. Yeah.
Okay, so you're on top of the wall.
Yeah. So what do I see basically?
Yeah, looking in, it does look exactly how you would imagine a kind of farming village or farming town that you've heard about up here. It's got little farms all over the place, with some with livestock, some chickens and goats. And further up, when you look far to the end, you can see kind of where the fields are just beginning. Though you can't see where those fields end. It's almost reminiscent of the fields at the coast.
Okay.
You can see a graveyard over here with some kind of temple or church. And you do spot an inn. Inn over here is a very nice banner on it that you just can't make it out.
Okay. So I'm just gonna wait here up here to see what happens with the guards in my party, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I walk up straight to the front entrance like there's nothing unusual. I've got like my cloak pulled down and everything and my mittens on. So I'm not really showing any scales unless they look close.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they seem quite relaxed as you approach. And they're just watching. They seem to think you're going to know about whatever's going to be taking place, some kind of drill that they're very used to.
Mm,
Say again? The orc, yeah, no, they're here. I'll stick them on. I think Anya, I think you have control of them.
I have
Fine.
Aelor. I know. Alor.
Yeah. There's Aelor, there's Lasha. You got him there. That's fine. I don't think you had anyone else traveling with you, right? The others have either been killed off or I'm not sure.
Eaten.
Yeah. You still have that. You still have that pack animal.
We sold them.
I
We sold
yeah, I sold that.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, no, the guards are just giving you a good look over with your mittened hands on this kind of warm summer evening, and the cloak covering in every inch of you.
Like maybe my tail's lifting up the back of it. I don't know. But yeah, otherwise, I give a glance back to Lash, wondering if they're more familiar with the whole traveling thing.
If you ask Lash about it, she's going to tell you that she doesn't remember coming through Eastfield when she
Alright.
came around the mountain.
Then I just start to head on in, like there's nothing unusual.
Okay, one guard is going to walk over with you, and he'll say, just in here, and he's going to point you to a door.
Oh, okay. I'll follow him in, as if I know what's going on.
Okay. Steps inside with you. The other guard comes a bit closer. Maybe they're worrying about you. I don't know, suddenly going crazy or something. And he says, well, can you hand over your belongings? We just got to give a little bit of a search through. There's been some rumors of smuggling in these parts, and our current caretaker doesn't take kindly to that.
Right, yes, that's reasonable. I ate those bodies, so I'm not carrying them anymore. No bodies in my barrel right now.
Hmm. Okay.
Just wood. So I've got these barrels. I take them off and open them up. One's full of cloth, one's full of wood scraps.
Hmm.
And
It
I
looks like
take
the
off
cloth
my
says,
big cloak, and I'm a giant reptile.
yeah. He's a bit taken aback, but he sees you're no orc, so he lets you off and asks you if you're planning to sell this material or maybe these planks you have. He looks kind of strangely at these things you're carrying.
I say, no, my group and I have just been practicing our crafts. This here cloak I've been wearing is one of the things I've made.
That's good to hear. So your weapon's just for show then, hey? You're not really some kind of highwayman roaming
Oh no, not all this.
the
We were
travel
traveling
lane.
through the forest and we thought it was just best to have some kind of self-defense
Mhm.
type stuff.
Okay. Well, he looks through it all and kind of checks some things off you and asks, "What's your reason for traveling? Why would you come up this way?"
We are traveling with a cartographer and they're just mapping out the country because a great number of maps were lost in the war.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, says that's fine. And it's going to point you out.
Right.
Asks you to send the next one of your allies in.
Okay. So I walk out and I go over to the group and I say, Alor, you're up next, but Lash, you're gonna have to find another way in, most likely.
Hmm. Lash says, no, she's planning to stay at an inn tonight, and well, with her doing all the cartography for everyone, she's sure they'll make an exception.
All right, as long as you think it's a good idea, then y'all can go ahead. And I head in and wait nearby.
Okay. What are you doing on the wall there, Ayla? Are you still just watching?
Yeah.
Okay. So if no one else is gonna go, Alor and Lash are gonna go in line and they're gonna get all checked out. Everything looks fine. Alor takes exceptionally quickly, now mostly because he has no belongings, probably aside from what he's carrying of other people's. Lash, on the other hand, they go in there. There's very hushed whispers for a good few minutes, and eventually she comes out, and everything seems fine as well. So, Redgar, what do you want to do? Okay, so they lead you into the room as well. And they also say they want to look through your gear and that. I start noting some things down. Ask you, you traveling over there with who was it, Anu? You traveling together? Okay, you got in that there, cartographer. Doesn't take too long. I say everything's fine. I say, well, however, while you're here, just try to stay out of any trouble you can. Because currently we're in our third week now, which is the week where our where our kind of overseer comes and visits us, makes sure everything's in order. You wouldn't want to be caught doing anything wrong while he's around.
I
Good. It's good news, yeah? Yeah, well, enjoy your stay. There's an inn just further up the road. Okay, so you're in the town. The guards seem to have taken down your names and maybe a few other things, though you're not sure what unless you've asked. And what are you doing? What are your aims? Why did you travel to Eastfield?
Hmm.
So I'm gonna slink down this wall here to the other side into the city. And I'm gonna start heading along the path. Is there like buildings next to us and stuff, or is it really open like it's showing with the
This brown stuff here, those are like animal yard things. Got some chickens, some goats, and that in them.
Okay.
They're fenced off, basically.
Okay. So I'm just gonna go along the road towards that inn. As
Are you still a cat?
Yeah, I'm staying as the cat right now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, moving further up the road, you see a couple of guards there on the corner, though they have their backs to you. The inn is up over here. These are just like farmers' homes and barns and that kind of thing.
All right. So I head towards the inn's door.
Okay.
As the cat, actively trying to avoid people.
You're gonna have to roll some stealth if you're trying to get inside the inn as a cat.
Cool.
Yeah, that's okay. You managed to slink inside.
Cool.
Easily unnoticed. Entering, you find a very plain establishment, though it is clean. It looks like it's been worked often, and guests are often coming in and out of it, though no one stays for long.
Oh, sorry, say that again.
It's from how far back that it is a very plain inn, but it's also clean. You know, there's no rodents running around to your ears. The floors are well scrubbed. And you have some good food cooking back in the kitchen, and it looks like all of the people that come to stay here only do it just in passing. They don't stay for long.
Okay. I'm just gonna wait to see what the others do.
Yep. I got the whole party back here. They've just stepped into Eastfield. What are you doing?
I'm wandering around, I guess. It's getting dark and I'm feeling
Oh yeah, where did your token go? I
energetic.
lost you. Oh, you're over here.
Up on the left here.
Okay. So you see a passing wagon. Looks like it must be coming from the eastern road there from Folderol. And on the left side, there's some guy sitting on a little bit of a box against what might be his house. And directly in front of you is some kind of church or temple with graveyard.
Hmm. I walk over to this random person.
Okay. I'm gonna look up at you. Yeah, look down and says, You just arrived. I Haven't seen you yet today. You must be passing through.
Yes, that's right. I'm with a group of travelers. Um, we probably won't be here for very long, but looks like quite a nice little farm you have. Very secure.
Oh yes, no, it's not exactly the best year that we're having here. What with the war a few months ago. So how long are you planning to stay here?
Probably only a couple days at most.
Hmm. Well, a word of advice: if you don't have the gold to stay in the inn, it's best to leave.
Oh, is it a pricey one?
No, no, standard as inns goes. It's just, well, you couldn't be caught sleeping outside, or I don't know where, hiding somewhere maybe.
Mm. I look to the church and or whatever it is, and I say, I suppose they don't take people in over there. What deity do they follow around there?
See, he points up to the like sigil on it, and I'll show it to you. Where did it go? There we go. He points you up to that, and it actually reminds you of the kind of statue with the tree back in
Right.
those little forest nymphs that remember that glade
Yeah.
where
Well, I
Aelor
don't know if I
was.
was conscious for that.
That's true. Yeah, he might not have been around. But he tells you it is to the grain goddess, which he says, yeah, it's quite fitting as a farming town.
Right. I'm sure it is. Has it been a good crop around here lately?
He says he doesn't know. There haven't been enough hands to go and work the fields, so I mean,
Yeah, it's the
whatever,
same everywhere.
whatever might have ripened, whatever might have been ready to be collected, it could all just be rotting.
Hmm. All right then. I'll be on my way. Is there anything else of interest in this party?
Hmm. Gives you a look up and down and weapons on your hip. Probably nothing for one such as yourself.
All right. Well, thank you for the information, stranger. Um, have a nice evening.
Yeah, same to you.
And I head off.
Okay. Meanwhile, Lash has been heading to the inn. She's been in deep conversation with Alor about maybe seeing if there's some place that they could buy a wagon from here. With all the things that he's been carrying around and all of the work that Lash needs to do. Hmm. As you come to this crossing here, you hear the guards. They're shouting at a girl in the graveyard and telling her how it's no place to play. They even begin to throw some stones at her, though it's, they're just gentle tosses. No stonings taking place. Outside of the inn looks like it's one of the working girls. She's busy loading some things inside and introduces the place as the Old Crone. Lash is going to get a room for herself to stay. She pays for herself. It's 1 gold. And goes inside.
All right. Is there any side rooms,
Side rooms.
like any like kitchen areas or bathroom
Yeah,
areas that
yeah.
I could enter into?
Yeah, there's a kitchen. And there are a few rooms and kind of a tiny little lounge. It's really just a fireplace and a table where sometimes drinks and little extra food is served.
All right. Could I go to where the bathroom area is, if there is such a,
Hmm.
like a washroom maybe?
The bathroom area is going to be like a little chamber pot under your bed.
Yeah. Um, so basically, I want to look around in the inn for an area where there isn't people in a room, so I can turn back into a um, elf and then buy a room for.
Yeah. No, you do manage to find an empty room, it looks like, where they might be storing some kind of rugs and furs and that for winter. It's quite unused right now.
All right, so I leave that room and I approach whoever's in charge, so I can buy myself a room for the night.
Yeah. Yeah. There is someone at the front desk, and introduces himself as Ilan.
Evan, was it Evan?
Ilan, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, hello. I would like to purchase a room for the night.
Yeah. So there's going to be 1 gold. Asks you if you're coming in with that rather brutish-looking female that just passed through the doors.
Oh no, I don't associate myself with such beings. And I hand a gold coin over to him.
Okay. Oh, he'll set you up with a room. Just says come down for food sometime. And yeah, everything's fine.
Okay, cool. So I head into my room and I want to immediately start trying to carve the coffin.
Okay. Yeah, so note it down. Well, I guess you can make the roll now, because then there'll finally be a coffin and we'll see how it is. Meanwhile, outside, oh yeah, no, you've got a coffin after a couple 2 hours, so it'll be in the night time now, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. around there, or a good deal of carving. Meanwhile, outside with Elor and Bridgar, you both notice someone calling to you, someone whispering to you from the side there, from that right side. The man sitting down against the inn. Redgar, you gonna ignore him and get a room in the inn, or are you gonna check him out? He just is trying to get your attention, really. He hasn't said too much. He's just like waving a hand and kind of trying to call you to him, call you a bit closer. Alor gives him a look. He seems a bit suspicious, though he is quite experienced in the world from previously being a sailor, and that might be that weighing on him. Okay. Elor is going to call over the guards across the road there. And he calls them over and he says, guards, there's some kind of homeless bum here.
I'm so
Looks like
proud of
he's
him.
trying to steal something from the inn. I'm not too sure. and the guards do come over, and they see. You hear them talking. Colvin. No, he is a vagabond, a homeless. Don't know how he always manages to find a place to hide in this town. But today we've got him, and they start marching over to get him. And Colvin there is gonna start crying and asks you why you didn't help him as they cart him off.
Oh, shame.
Okay, then Ella's gonna turn to you, and he kind of looks a little bit embarrassed. Redgar, and he's gonna ask you if you can buy him a place to stay at the inn or in your room. Either or. Cool. Oh, he's pretty chuffed, and he's gonna go in quite expectantly. Okay. So you step up there to Anilin, and you notice that he has these kind of red rings around his eyes, and they're a little bit bloodshot. He wasn't really concentrating. He hasn't noticed you as you've walked in. He looks up at you and stares for a moment before bringing a hand up and wiping at his cheeks that are dry, but they seem kind of red and irritated. Says, yes, no, everything's fine here. What, you here for a room? Yeah, 1 gold. 1 gold for a room. Oh, that's good, And he writes it down, takes your gold, hands you a little kind of key for your rooms. Okay. Lord is chuffed, and he goes to find the corresponding room. She's in the inn, but unless you went in and saw her as she did it, it's up to you. If you went inside and watched her do what she did. Okay. And Yuri, what's going on with you?
I'm continuing my exploration. I go up to this cart driver.
Okay. Yeah. Troll pulls the kind of draws the cart to a stop as you approach. Gives you a bit of a strange look and says, "Well, we're in town here. It's not really the place to rob me."
No, you've got it all wrong. I'm no bandit. I'm just wondering what you trade in. What sort of goods go in and out of this here village?
Oh no trading here. I'm coming down from a little town called Woodforge. I'm moving over towards the Elven realms in the west. I've had quite a hard time getting there. It's nothing easy happening up by Tholderol.
Oh, I see. Why are you heading out of Woodforge?
Oh, when I was there, I don't know, things were just keep getting stranger and stranger. There's all these cases of disappearing pets and even people. I decided to get out while I still could.
I see. That sounds quite dangerous. Which way is that town? Maybe I should avoid it.
Oh, it's up in the east. You can't really miss it. You'll get to the end of the road eventually, and there'll be a sign pointing one to Thalderol and the other to Woodforge.
I see. Thank you. Safe travels then.
To you too.
So
And
the dangerous area was called Woodforge.
Yep.
Okay.
yeah, apparently. And the person's going to carry on their way. Meanwhile, from the east comes a runner. It looks very similar to that news runner that you guys saw coming from the other inn last session. After chatting with the guards, it comes into the inn, puts stuff on the billboard, chats to the innkeeper, and carries on running through to the other guards.
Ish. Am I done with the coffin carving yet?
Yeah.
Alright,
Oh,
so
really? Do we have a coffin then?
yeah. So I go downstairs. Was it stairs? I don't know. I go to the main room and kind of just I look around. I see the notice board and I read what's on it.
Okay. You read over it, and it's got quite a few things on it. News from Tholderol says Dasta Lake turning Tholderol's river blood red. King Tholderol, Balgeg, calling for the undead to be buried in their mountain tomb. Woodforge, the logging town, has gone silent. But written under it in a little scribble by, it looks like the runner himself, says, well, at least that's what I've heard. I haven't been there myself. Further down, says Delgan Darkwood smokes and people going missing on the road to Tholderol.
Huh. Wonder how that happens.
Guess I'm gonna go back to my room and take meditation for now, so I can get my wild shape charges.
Yeah, that's all good. Anuri, what you doing?
I think I'm gonna finally head inside.
Okay, you head inside and you find a man absolutely bawling his eyes out on the counter.
Oh,
He's
geez.
just crying and crying. He doesn't notice you at all.
Wait, so which room am I in when I head inside? Is this the room with the notice board and everything?
You're at kind of the entrance there where there is a little bit of a counter with a ledger on it for receiving the guests. Behind that is a kitchen. To the one side is the lounge. And then there's like a passage going down to all the rooms. It's nothing specific.
Alright, I head straight past the crying man and look for a room.
Okay. You look for the rooms.
Yeah.
And you do manage to find an empty one.
Do I run into any of the party members?
Yeah, I'm sure you noticed them like going past the lounge. I think Ridgar is there, and you might have seen Alar as he wanders around before going to meditate.
Alright. If I see Redgar in the lounge, I'll head into that room and have a look at it.
Into to which one? The room, the lounge. You're looking at that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a very tiny little lounge. There's just a kind of low table for some drinks to be placed and some snacks. Otherwise, there's a fireplace which is currently going. Ridgar is sitting, I'm assuming, in one corner. Don't know what he's doing though. Otherwise, it's empty for now. So you're all just looking forward to calling it a night after your long travel through the woods.
I'm looking forward to that coffin.
Oh yeah,
I haven't
yeah.
told
But
you yet.
only if he tells you. Yeah, you might have to spend another night. I don't know, clawing and.
I mean, how well can you hide it?
I mean, I don't have to hide it. I just don't have to say anything.
I mean,
Mhm.
it's like a 7-foot coffin, right?
That's true.
If you have it, I'll see it.
Yeah. I'll have to like put it on my back in wild shape, and
No.
then you won't see it.
Well, you did enter the town as a cat.
Yeah, because I was privy to news outside of the game a little bit, outside of my character's knowledge. The messenger people have been telling people about a cursed druid. So
Right.
They have been, but I mean, who knows if they know it's you? Who knows if they'll be able to tell you're a druid?
yeah,
Except by your
Maybe
smell.
you'll just be another person passing through.
well, I'm not gonna take the chance.
Okay. So, it's just gonna grow later and later as you all sit around and hopefully get some supper from somewhere.
I wish.
Yep, I'll buy some supper.
Lash has only been seen in passing, coming out to do the same thing before she returned to her room, though while she is out, she does make sure to tell whoever she sees, be it Alar or Anuri, even Ridgar, that this will be a good place to buy a wagon.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be if someone's selling one.
Can I start carving that stuff as well now?
Yeah.
Cool. Let me see if I can carve a quarter staff.
Yeah, all looks good. Somehow you're rolling exceptionally well after failing for a good 2 sessions.
Yeah.
Okay, so the night's gonna pass. Hopefully you all slept through it, and I don't know what Anuri was doing.
Yeah, did you run into me, Aguilar?
Yeah, it's possible if I went and got food.
Because if you run into me at all, the first thing I'm saying is, how's the coffin going?
It's going slow, you know. The carving's taking time, you know. It's quite tiring.
I understand you have really been struggling with it.
Yeah, I know. It's difficult. I'm still learning.
Then I sit up all night in the lounge, not sleeping. Yeah.
Okay.
I am probably going to sew something while I'm there.
Now, the innkeep doesn't seem to notice this with all the crying he's been doing, and of the sobbing as it seeps through your walls as you're trying to sleep. But one of the girls working there most likely will have noticed you stay up all night in front of the fire. Not the strangest thing to do, but still a strange thing. The next morning, let's see, I think a number of things are going to be happening. The shrieks and cries of a man chained are going to be what wake you up. There are guards shouting, all kinds of bangs going on, and oxen or whatever making their oxen noises, honking away, I'm guessing, as the man is chained in a cart. Where did he go? There he is, yeah, but he's chained in a cart to be pulled off to who knows where.
So before I leave my room to
Mhm.
investigate the screaming, I'm going to turn back into a house cat. And then I'll have left the door open or the window open, or if there's a window. And then I'm going to head outside to have a look at what the man looks like.
Yeah, it's one that you might have seen yesterday. Very similar to that kind of beggar or homeless person that was leaning against the inn, has tattered clothes full of kind of burrs, as though he's been really crawling through the thick of the wild kind of gardens in here. And he's very dirty. He looks underfed. You do notice that one of his legs is in a splint.
And what's he saying?
Oh, he's just crying and screaming about being loaded into the cart with shackles. He's in a cage on the cart.
Okay, I'm just gonna ignore it. Just gonna ignore it.
Oh, and he's gonna go on his way.
So, is there any buildings that look more rich or I don't know, well-to-do? Like someone who has money lives there, or
The inn's probably the best looking place.
okay, okay.
Unfortunately.
So I'm going to then head back into the inn. I'm gonna go back to my room. I'm gonna turn back into a human. And is Anyuri up? Anyuri?
Mm-hmm.
You're awake? Oh, obviously, sorry.
Yeah.
So I head to the lounge. Hey, Anyuri.
Hi.
I managed to complete the coffin
Oh
as soon
my
as I woke up. So you can come collect it. It's in my room.
Oh, thank you so much. Which
Then
room were you in?
3.
All right.
Uh,
Yeah, I know what I'm doing for the day then.
And then I sit down at a table and I take out the boat carving.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to roll to see if I complete the boat or get along the process.
Yeah, go for it. I think you just had a boat shape, and you will keep a boat shape that's slightly more boatish than before. Okay, meanwhile, one of the girls they're working in has come around and she's going door to door. It seems she wants to begin doing some cleaning, and while she's doing the cleaning, she'll also ask you if you're planning to stay another night.
She asking me?
Everyone. If
Uh,
you're in your room, she is going in and doing some cleaning. In Aylar's room, she finds the filthiest room of all. It's just full of all this like sawdust and carving, little bits of wood and chips everywhere. Like it's kind of like a forest floor now. All that mulch and that.
and does she see the coffin?
I believe Anuri's taken the coffin, so she'll see it when she gets to Anuri's room.
I don't have a room. I didn't take the empty ones. I'm actually I went to Alar's room and I stayed there.
Okay, so in Alar's room, she finds a giant green lizard and a coffin and the floor full of wood chips and begins to clean. She looks up to you and kind of asks, are you going to be staying here another night?
I say, oh, I don't know. Ask Alar. It's their room.
Okay. She
And
goes
I go
about
to
her
one of the
business.
rooms she's already cleaned.
Yeah, that's fine. And she carries on with her cleaning. Everything seems all good. Ridgar, what you doing? You just reading in the lounge or something? Okay. Let's see. Lash is going to come out of her room and she's going to start searching for all three of you, and she's going to ask you how long you want to stay here. She doesn't kind of do it in a forceful way as to move on. She's just curious about it.
I say, well, until you're done mapping out the area, I suppose, and until we've found a cart.
Okay, that says that sounds fine. Maybe 3 days will be good after all that time going through the woods.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be great to rest our feet.
Yeah, she goes up to where the innkeeper normally stands. However, he's not at his kind of counter there, but she does leave 3 gold, or I believe perhaps it's 2 gold by now on the counter for him.
And I take my coffin and I go to sleep in Alloy's room, since I figure it's been cleaned already.
Okay. Yeah. Been cleaned enough, yeah.
All right, so I've done carving.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So
no.
I head back into my room.
Okay, you head back into your room.
Does my room have windows?
Yeah, sure, there's some windows.
Can I look outside?
Yeah, you can look outside. Nothing wrong with that.
Take a peek.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay, what you see is a very strange sight. You see definitely some familiar figures. There's something about them isn't quite the same. One is the halfling Elizabeth. She seems mostly the same, though it's very strange that she's traveling with these very heavily armored and it looks like they're just wearing leather upon leather, all kinds of things, and these big heavy cloaks as well as they come walking into town.
Oh jeez. So for now, I'm going to close the door into my room and lock it. And I'm just going to try to listen and see through the window what they're doing.
Okay, they were talking to the guard, though you're not really sure what they were saying, and after a little bit of a chat, they've headed on over to the temple. You did notice that one of the members of them, one of those 4 kind of escorts was being helped along by the other 3, seemed quite badly injured. And all of them as well, like no one looked fresh, you know, they all looked like they had a rough time. Some tatters there, torn armors and that. Everyone looks like they've been through some kind of war.
So I've seen them enter the temple now, right? Or the church.
Yeah.
Okay, so I turn into a house cat again, and I slink my way out of that window, and my room is still locked. And I'm slinking my way to the temple. Do I see windows or anything which I can go through?
No, there's no windows, just a door. You know, at the front.
Okay,
There is a
so
back door though, but you can't tell if it connects to the main room. See,
okay,
there's this back one over there.
okay. So I go around to the back door. Is it open enough for a cat to try to get through? Was there any windows?
The door's closed, so I don't know. You'll have to make a plan.
Is it a door with a handle or a door with a twisty knob?
I'm gonna say it's a door with like a kind of latch on it, though it isn't locked.
A latch. So it's like a
A
handle.
bolt. A bolt. That sounds better. Yeah.
Okay, so can I attempt as a house cat? I know that sounds crazy, but I want to jump up and knock the bolts to the side.
Maybe if you get some amazing rolls, you know, like roll me some. It's gonna be what's athletics? No, I don't know about athletics. Maybe it's the other one.
Some decks.
Kind of. Yeah, well, yeah. For a cat, it'd be dex. Yeah. Sure. Give me some dex rolls. If you roll really well, you might just be able to, but we'll need how many rolls? At least 2 rolls.
No.
Okay, you managed to tap at the slider mechanism and you move it slightly, but you don't manage to slide it all the way back. And
Can
it is
I
still.
can I just keep trying?
Um, you could, I guess. Yeah, you can have like one more try, and I don't know. Otherwise, something might happen.
Okay. Did it work?
Let's have a look. Oh, 1919. Yes, you've managed to open it up,
Okay, so
and you go inside. What you find are all kinds of bottles and kind of material as well. It looks like it's a place where they prepare bodies. There is, in fact, even a body on the table.
what does the person look like? The dead person?
Let's have a look. A dead person. It's a young female, kind of in her early 20s. She got some green eyes that you can see as they stare glassily upwards at the ceiling. Her skin is kind of pale, but it still has a reddish tint as well. She's like 5'6" with some little long brown hair. Nothing extraordinary.
Is it anyone I recognize?
No, never seen her in your life.
Okay. So, I start to try to
You start to try to.
sneak. Is that possible?
Uh, yeah. Where are you sneaking? What are you trying to
I want to
achieve?
sneak into the next room if that's possible, and um,
Okay, so you find that there are no doors into a next room. It looks like this is a lone kind of like back shed that they very smartly keep sealed off to kind of keep the stink of dead bodies out of the church.
okay. What kind of potions and stuff were there on the shelf?
There's something for like cleaning, preparing a body, perhaps if the family wants to do some viewing, or maybe there are some religious rites that need to be done before being buried. Anything like that. Whatever they would need, really.
Is there any like I don't know, silver stuff or
Yeah, no, there will be. There'll be some kind of religious symbols of a variety of different gods, though not a huge range. Mostly, it'll just be some main ones that everyone's familiar with in the area. Though it'll be made out of different types of either rocks or metal, so there'll definitely be some silver in there. And
is there a symbol for Lyra or Lyra? Lyra.
so, mhm, mhm, mhm. See, no, you don't manage to find one.
Okay.
However,
So
using your big cat brain, you believe you would more than easily be able to carve yourself one.
okay, so I don't want to mess with any of those religious symbols because I'm worried about some weird god doing some shit. So I'm just going to leave.
Okay, so you step outside. Meanwhile, at the inn, a tiefling has entered. He has these watering eyes and what looks like a pair of goggles around his neck, though that's kind of a very strange thing to see. Definitely quite outlandish. He walks in, he sees the innkeep kind of just collapsed at his desk there, crying away, and he just looks at him and shakes his head, looking quite disgusted by it. Behind him is one of the inn girls following him, and she seems to be taking him to what would have been Alar's room where she saw the coffin. So remind me, Anya, are you sleeping in there, or did you find another room?
I'm sleeping in Alor's room.
In Alar's room. Okay.
Yeah.
So they open the door and they find no one there. But that, however, doesn't stop them. These other, whatever they may be, guards or escorts, they come in and they begin searching through rooms as well.
Uh-oh.
And they do eventually find you. Well, they do eventually find the coffin.
Is Alor in there with it?
I don't think so. I imagine he's in the lounge or something. Probably enjoying a little bit of free time while Alor is off doing something besides bullying him. One of the guards or escorts begins going through. Well, he like pushes the innkeeper away, and the man there, he just falls down and carries on crying. He looks to be a complete mess of a human.
What's wrong?
And the guard starts paging through the kind of ledger there, and he sees all these names. He picks up the book and he starts walking around. going through everyone in it, he finds Ridgar and he sees him and matches him there in the book. He finds Aelor and matches him in the book. He finds Lash and matches her in the book. And he sees a few others and he keeps looking. So one of the guards lead this tiefling to the room with the coffin in it. He walks up to the coffin and he starts to tap on its lid.
Am I awake? Do I notice this? Did I get a full rest?
It's give me a Constitution saving throw. Okay, you carry on sleeping like you're dead to the world. The first time you've ever found a place to sleep that just feels as good as your coffin does. He taps again, and still you don't respond. Eventually, he calls two of his escorts there to see if they can lift the lid, or maybe it's an empty coffin, just to figure out what's going on. And they do. Eventually, they lift the lid and they find a sleeping lizard.
Do I look as dead as I feel?
I'm sure you just look like a lizard to them, because you wouldn't have skin to pale or anything like that.
Right, that makes sense.
So the tiefling's going to walk up to you and he's going to kick the coffin really hard. It's going to make this big bang noise as he kind of stares down at you with this, it's almost hatred on his face.
Do I wake up to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you look up to this tiefling. He's got these red, watering eyes.
I say, oh, hello there. What's going on? Can I help you?
Looks at you and says, "What kind of a traveler would sleep in a coffin in this inn with such a fine bed right next to you?"
Oh, no. This is quite a misunderstanding. You see, I sleep in this here box because I need the humidity, or my scales get all dried out. This bed, however, was in use by my friend Alor.
Eastfield doesn't put up with this kind of behavior. We can't have all these kind of rumors of coffin sleeping lizards. Perhaps vampiric, if I have a guess at it.
Oh,
We're going to have to
of
confiscate
course,
that coffin.
Cause any bad news. Wow. I mean, the wood in itself is quite valuable. I could just decommission it for you if you'd like.
Meanwhile, the guard comes up with the notebook and looks at you and kind of looks down there and he says, "What was your name?"
My name is
and he's giving you this very strange look, and he kind of looks over to the tiefling and says, "It can't remember its name." And eventually, what did you say your name was?
I said my name was Ridgar.
Okay, you said your name was Ridgar. So, we seem to have two Ridgars here. The tiefling as well as eyes.
I never put in a name in there at first.
And his eyes really start squinting down at you. He says, come on, get up. And one of the guard is going to grab you and start dragging you to the lounge to where Ridgar is currently just chilling and relaxing. And they drag you there. They're going to look at both the Ridgars. So who is it? Who signed up to the inn? There's just one name for one room.
No, I misunderstood you. I thought you meant what name I signed in under. It was my friend Ridgar that took us into the inn. I didn't sign my name because I am illiterate.
Okay, and says sounds like a lizard if you ask me. And looks over to Redgar. Says, "Well, Redgar, it seems you're short a gold piece if you were meant to have signed in this lizard."
I just look at him expectantly, like I'm an obedient lizard pet.
He points over his shoulder to the innkeeper who's currently cowering and crying in the corner. Says, "Well, someone has to make sure that this town doesn't go to shit." But not for long, seeing as this is taken care of. It'll be well back within reputation. Okay, so you don't offer up the gold coin for the lizard. The guards say, "Well, it doesn't seem like much of a friendship between them. Looks like we'll have to take this one with us." The tiefling is gonna look back to you again. He seems to be growing angry and angry, and he says, "Well, either someone has to pay, or this man is breaking the law."
I mean, I can always pay if I have to.
He's still looking between the two of you, waiting for some kind of resolution before he has to step in and solve it.
I reach into my little coin bag and I count out to 3 on my hand visibly, and then I hand over 3 gold coins.
Okay, he stretches his hand out and takes them from you. Okay, well, this should cover things then. I'm afraid we're still going to have to confiscate that coffin. Just nothing good can come from that kind of habit.
Are you sure I can't just tear it down for the materials?
Oh no, that would be a waste. We'll probably take this over to the church for them to use.
Alright.
Bastards.
Well,
Okay, and he seems to look okay. He walks past and gives the innkeeper a kick and carries on his way out. The guards carrying your beloved coffin that only lasted a single night.
I'm so sad.
Well, not even a night, but unfortunately, I don't think you'd have got the rest because you only just got into bed. It must have only been 30 minutes or so before you awoke.
I go over to the innkeeper and I ask him what's the matter and why he's always crying.
Okay, he's on the floor there and he doesn't move or respond yet, though he does seem to calm down from the sound of someone trying to communicate with him.
I just wait there a little while then, I guess.
Okay, eventually he does calm down enough to speak. And he looks up to you and says that did you want a room?
You seemed a bit preoccupied, so I just didn't want to bother you.
He said, "Oh well, it's 1 gold per night."
Yes, I gave my money to the guard who was taking care of that for you.
Guard, oh, okay. He says, and he seems quite down about it.
Are you having money problems or something?
No, my money's going okay. I just, well, my wife was taken last week. It was
Taken?
that tiefling and his men. Well, she's a bit of a drunkard, and they started calling her a harlot, and eventually
Oh no.
they just pulled her away, and well, I haven't seen her since.
did they take her?
I don't know. I haven't followed. I had to stay here and keep the inn alive. Well, better than them catching me following them.
Well, thank you for the warning, I guess. We'll keep an eye out.
Okay, he's gonna make his way back to the kitchen and you can hear him start crying from there. All over again. What are you busy doing, Ayla?
I was just waiting. So now I want to head towards the front of the church area.
Yep. Yep.
I kind of want to slink along the wall as a purring cat, just being all friendly and stuff. And just want to stick my head around the corner of this door here. Is there a door here, right?
Yeah, there's a door here. Well, it's more like an archway looking in, but the church doors are open, yeah.
Let's have a look in.
Yeah, looking inside, you can see two of those heavily leather-clad men are at the doors. They aren't necessarily guarding it, but they are there nonetheless, kind of perhaps relaxing for the first time after their travels.
Alright, so I want to try to sneak as a cat, just try to be conspicuous so that they don't really pay attention to me.
Okay, make your stealth roll. Okay. You unfortunately start coughing up a hairball as you try to sneakily slink around, and it alerts everyone around you. There is someone in the graveyard over here. They turn to you and they throw a little stone at you and tell you, "Shut up, cat." And the guards inside, they turn their heads and see you as well.
And they do nothing.
No, they more just seem annoyed at your presence.
Alright, so I just try to walk past them like into the church.
Okay, you try to walk past them, and they don't let you. They begin to put their feet out, and you hear them muttering about stray cats just pissing all over the place.
I start to purr and act extremely friendly like a cat, like a really nice cat.
Okay, give me a performance roll. So I'll tell you what stat it's based on. I can't remember offhand.
Would it be based on the
Performance
cat's?
is charisma. Just give me a charisma roll.
Would it be based on the cat's charisma or?
Yeah, cat's charisma. Yeah, just roll the cat's charisma. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you do cute little cat things all over their legs, and they do eventually seem to decide you must belong to someone somewhere around here, and they let you in.
Okay, so I walk in. Is there church pews?
Let's check. No, I don't believe there is. Going with the theme of the grain goddess, there is really not much to this place besides some benches and a what would be called like a wall hanging right at the end over here with that same rose on it. Very thrifty looking church.
Okay, and is that halfling lady in view? Can I see her?
Yeah, there's both of them together. There's the halfling lady and the other armored woman, though she seems to be in leathers right now.
Okay, so
And they're just talking.
I'm gonna. So you said there's benches.
Yeah, very kind of. It looks like just a couple of planks that have been put together. I mean, too many people on it and it'll collapse.
Okay, so I'm just gonna slink along, closer to them, and sit down as a cat, sort of underneath to the side of one of the benches on like the left or right side, unless they have a
Mm.
and just try to hear what they're saying because I don't know why this lady uh, accused me of some garbage. So I want to know what the hell's going on.
Okay. You hear one woman thanking the other woman for helping them disguise themselves to enter the town. And the conversation goes on about how they will probably end up staying the night in the church, as they shouldn't waste what little gold they have by spending it at the inn. Halfling woman. She's going to say, "Oh no, well, I'd rather have you traveling with me. It's quite a dangerous road out there. I wouldn't want to be caught alone." They mostly just seem to be in kind of good spirits and forming a kind of friendship, if you want to believe that.
Okay. Can I check to see if the halfling lady somehow has magic? Some magic on her as a cat? I don't know if that's possible.
I'm trying to remember how your brains are meant to work when you're an animal based on the rule set, but I can't exactly. Are you fully yourself, or are you limited by being
Well,
a little rodent?
I can concentrate on spells while being the animal, so I'm pretty sure that
Okay, cool. So you're trying to figure out if she's magic.
yeah, I just let me give it a read real quick just in case I'm wrong. I'm just gonna quickly.
Okay, cool. And Yuri, what are you busy doing meanwhile?
I'm sitting in the inn being sad.
Okay.
How bright is it out? Is it cloudy?
Oh, it's incredibly bright right now. It's getting to late morning.
Yeah,
And
I'm staying indoors.
yeah, the sun's kind of at its zenith as it just bakes at the ground. One toe out of that door and you'd be dust most likely.
Okay, so I retain my alignment, personality, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores, and I also retain all of my skill and saving throw proficiencies.
Cool.
In
Yeah,
addition,
that's fine. So you're trying to figure out if she is magical. In what sense? Trying to figure out if she's an illusion or...
Yeah, I'm thinking that's Kayla because that was so random.
So you're trying to figure out if it's Kayla.
Basically, if there's an illusion, because I know Kayla uses illusion magic.
So you're after which one? Which one do you want to do? You want to do it if it's an illusion in some way, or if it's Kayla?
I think the illusion, because
Okay. Yeah. Give me an Arcana roll.
hope.
Okay, you look over it and you feel like this is a real living and breathing halfling woman.
Okay, so do any of them seem to have like? Does that lady still have her magical blade on her? The one on the right.
Well, you remember that she kept it on her back last time and she had the hilt of it coming up kind of behind her shoulder. But looking at her now, you don't see it.
Okay. And do they have any bags or packs?
No, they're just as they are.
Coin purses?
None that you can see. I mean, they could have things on them, but you're just a cat and you're looking at these kind of cloaks and all this leather armor. Nothing, no baggage.
Okay, so I'm gonna chill here then as the cat, kind of just paying attention to them until before like 30 minutes before my wild shape duration expires, and then I'm gonna head back.
Okay, that's fine. Meanwhile, a tiefling and his buddies are coming down the road. And they check out these dudes in the church as well. And they looks like they enter. They're going to come and do some chatting.
Am I in hearing range?
Yeah. Nothing amazing is being said. He gives them all a look over and tells them, well, you can stay in the church. Of course, that's kind of the law of the land, but just make sure it's only one night. We don't want to turn this into some kind of homeless shelter.
Okay.
Goes and looks through them all, and he even comes over to you and he reaches out a hand to give you a pat.
I purr at him and I let him stroke me.
Okay. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
He picks you up by the scruff of your neck and pulls you up to his face, like all the way those 6 feet off the ground, and he whispers into your ear, little bard, I hope you checked into this town. Well, not little bard, little druid. And he's going to call his guards as well to come and take the cat.
I'm gonna
So,
I'm gonna I'm gonna let him.
okay, they're all just going to take you outside. No one looks too worried about anything.
Do I see the coffin?
The coffin has been left like on the side here. They kind of just delivered it in passing. It hasn't been fully delivered. He's going to just keep carrying you and dragging you down. And he's going to go talk to the guards and see if they have you noted down of arriving. And if they
Okay,
don't
so
have here, he's going to go and check the others as well. And
okay,
eventually he's going to find that you haven't.
okay, so at this first checkpoint here, can I try to like struggle out of his hands or like slip out of his?
Yeah. It's what's it gonna be like? What do you guys think? Some athletics or what do you want? Do you want to actually try bite him and see if that'll get him to let you go?
Well, he's holding me by the scruff of my neck, right?
Yeah,
So I'm
that's
like
true. It is
hanging.
just tough to do anything. Maybe you could get some claws if you're lucky.
Could I don't know, like try to swing myself like a when a cat goes crazy, they're like really quickly and they're
Yeah.
really quick and they like scratch. So I want to just like try to swing myself and then swing myself fast and then swing myself out of his grip, basically. If that's possible.
I could get I don't know, either aerobics or athletics. Let's see if you can escape his grasp. Which will be, I guess, if you're a cat, either strength or dex. It's up to you.
That'll work. I use my deck.
Let's see, oh, is that it there, the 15?
Yeah.
Okay, you do manage to break free.
Okay, I immediately dash and run all the way up the wall there again.
What's your move
What-
speed?
It should be around. So I've got 30 climb and 40 speed. So I can climb 10 feet and I
So
can.
you're going to be
run
doing a
for-
sprint. Yeah, you should easily be able to do it. That's fine. You escape the town.
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna jump down on this side of the fence. And I want to run around the town, basically to the other side.
okay, you hear some shouts from his companions and a few weapons thrown in your direction, but they all clatter harmlessly a wall as you jump over it. Besides that, there's some yelling as he shouts at the guards and demands to know how some kind of roaming, terrible bard. Maybe it's the one they've heard in the news. Maybe it's not.
Druid, yeah, Druid.
Could have, no, Druid, yeah, could have gotten in. And there's just that for a time as he shits all over them.
Cool. So what do I see when I'm roaming around the?
Nothing really. I mean, you see the other road, which is coming from the west side there. I think that road is going towards Fornilin. Don't know if it'll actually get there, but that's the direction it's going. Otherwise, it's just the wall. Everything's walled off on the other side. There's not too much. There's a good distance between any kind of vegetation as they took their felling axes to the surroundings to make their fence.
Okay. So I climb back onto the wall and then I look for an area in which there doesn't seem to be many guards. There should be something like that, right? Along the wall?
Yeah. They're only really at the roads. They're not stationed around the wall. It's just these little guardhouses.
Okay, so I climb over and I slink back into the town.
Okay, where are you slinking in approximately?
I think I'll do it from the right side of where we entered in originally. If you look at the bottom right of the town area.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
And
so
then
you've entered.
I'm gonna go to the inn again, but I'm gonna try to stealth. Basically, I'm just gonna try to avoid
Are
the guard.
you still trying to stealth as a cat to the inn?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go for it. That looks good. You'll easily manage to get there with some careful pathing.
And I slink through the window that I left open earlier.
Yeah.
Close it.
Back in your room where there might be a depressed Anuri, I'm not sure. Oh no, wait, you're in Elor's room.
I'll
I've
make
probably
sure.
been wandering around a bit.
Okay.
I'll make sure the room is locked, and then because I've expanded my wild shape, I start to meditate. But I'm also sort of listening just in case those guards catch on that I'm full out banging noises and stuff.
Yeah. Cool. One of the girls working there eventually calls all of you around and says that it's going to be time for lunch. And says she's going to put all the food down there in the lounge. Are you all ready to be eating?
I am going to just eat my ration and stay up.
Yeah.
Okay,
I guess,
so
I'll watch everyone else eating and imagine that I could eat.
yeah. So it sounds like excluding Ayla, everyone is in the lounge munching some food. Lash seems unfazed by his absence and decides to bring a large pouch of gold out from under her cloak. You can hear it clink as it lands on the table. She pushes it forward to Anuri and Redgar and says, Should be 75 gold there, more than enough to buy us a cart. Yeah, could be. It's true.
That sounds fair enough. We'll have a look around and see if there's any workshops here that might have something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I take the entire pouch.
Okay. Yeah. Lash is happy that she's finally going to be getting a cart and digs into her meal. And we've got Alor is going to be asking you, Anuri, about what was going on this morning with those strange men roaming the halls and taking away what looked to have been a coffin out of your room.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Says, well, I guess as long as it doesn't happen often, I guess there's no need to worry.
Yeah, I just I pat him on the head. I say, yeah, sure. Don't. There's really nothing to worry about. Don't worry. I'll always be making sure that you're safe.
He doesn't react the way he used to. It's almost as if it's been a week, maybe a week and a half, and everything seems to have changed between the two of you. He just doesn't seem as comfortable around you.
Oh no. I let it go for now, and I immediately head out. Wait, what time is it?
Lunchtime.
Okay, I do not head out. I just
Okay. So, what are you all doing?
I'm gonna look for that innkeep again, or the lady that walked out, the one that was serving the food.
Yes, yes. Now she's around. If you want to talk to her, you'll definitely be able to find her. She'll probably come back and offer drinks to everyone.
So, do I manage to run into her in like the
Yeah.
hallway?
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, then I ask her directly, is there... Well, first of all, I say, thank you for your great hospitality, even though it seems like there's a bit of a struggle going on around here lately. My group and I were wondering if anyone in this town makes or sells carts.
She gives a big sniff and stares down her nose at you and says, yeah, it's definitely tough around here when your patrons try to stiff you.
I'm sorry, I'm just not very used to the cultures around here, you know? If people don't stop me and ask me for something, I don't realize that there's anything to be paid. And the innkeep didn't seem interested in me when I walked right in.
She shakes her head and says it's just as Gobbler says, typical of a green beast. She's going to carry on with her business without answering your question. It appears that she's probably forgotten what you asked in her anger.
the usual treatment, I guess. I just hang around the lobby. I look at the notice board, try to see if any of the things on it have illustrations or drawings.
See, what do you see? What do you see? Illustrations. Mostly it's just kind of very wordy. So there's not too much you can make out. I'm gonna say, unfortunately, in the case of this inn, there aren't illustrations, but for some others there might be.
All right. I give up reading the notice board and I just hang around in the lobby to see who goes in and out.
Yeah, there looks to be a traveler leaving who has just left their room, got all their bags, and is going off to carry on traveling to the west. That is about it. Otherwise, it looks like it's just you 4 or 5 staying at the inn now.
If that lady goes past again, I'll try to speak to her again.
Okay, while you're standing around in the inn and very strangely watching people pass, kind of, I'd imagine quite hungrily, clouds do start to come over. You're getting a very nice overcast effect here in the early afternoon. And it looks like you could go outside.
Ooh.
If you wanted to, if you cloaked up extra hard.
All right.
And stayed to the already shadowed shadows with the vegetation and the buildings and that.
I get my cloak on and head out.
Okay. So outside there, you see there's just one guard where yesterday there were 2. Otherwise, everything looks the same, besides from that homeless guy that you heard screaming this morning as he was dragged away. Nothing's changed really.
I head on down the road and I go up to this corner of the village here that I haven't been to yet.
Let's see, which corner is it? I'm a bit lost.
Top right.
Top right. Okay, top right. That is where the fields start. And they really kind of start growing. It looks like they could go on for days and days of at like walking pace if you decided to go there. Mostly
do
it's
I
just
see
some...
this person here?
Yeah, it's just a woman. She's carrying a bucket. You look inside, it looks like she's got a pail of milk that she's taking from the barn or something to somewhere else.
I say, need a hand with that?
Says no, she's got 2 hands and fully capable of carrying a pail, and carries on with her business.
Alright, I carry on. I wander in up to this bigger building.
Yeah, it looks like a big storehouse where they might put whatever they collected from the fields, though when you look in it, there's very little inside there.
And the fields look like quite...
Well, the close fields right here where you can see these fields working. Like, looks like, there's something there. It's they're growing things. The fields are okay, but if you look further out, then they kind of begin to look wilted and flattened, almost barren.
Huh. Do I see this person here?
Right next to you, yeah? Yeah, he's just loading some boxes into the storehouse there. Strangely enough, they're empty boxes.
Huh. I go on over to him and I say, hi there, I'm just a traveler passing through. I was wondering if there were any workshops in this village that deal with wagons and stuff.
He stands up after putting down what he's carrying and gives you a big look over. Now, what would a lizard be needing with a cart?
Oh no, it's not for me, it's for my employers.
He says, "Oh no, I'm just joking with you. You can buy whatever you like. You know, that's what I always say. Whoever's willing to take the gold, might as well buy it." And he's gonna point you out to over here, kind of the top left, where there might be someone who does some wagons repairs, and maybe they have a wagon, maybe they don't. He hasn't been really keeping tab on it.
Alright, I thank him and head on my way. I walk there like through the field.
Cool. You hear some heavy grumbling as you pass that hard-working farmhand. As you just trample through his field.
I just carry on up here.
And you do spot someone inside this building here. It's quite dark inside.
Oh.
And you can see a number of shapes. Some look round, awfully wagon wheel suspicious.
I head up to the entrance and I just make my presence known and I say, hi there, mind if I come in?
Yes, now it's a very old man. He's sitting down against a wall there, and he looks up at you. He says, "Oh no, you best come inside. It's been quite hot this morning. So, do you
Definitely has.
want a drink? I've just been sipping on some nice lemon water."
Sounds delicious.
Okay, and he'll hand you kind of a jug of it, as he's just been drinking from a jug.
Alright. Is this the jug he was busy with? Or...
Yeah, that same jug.
I show some restraint and drink some of it, not all of it.
Okay. So while you're taking a big swig of it, he asks you, "Well, what could you need? I'm sure it's only wagon related if you've come all the way here to find me."
Yes, indeed it is. My group and I are traveling across the countrysides, making maps and such, and it's getting a bit tiresome to do it on foot, so they have sent me in search of a cart.
How many of you would need this cart?
Oh, well, there's about 6 of us, plus some basic cargo.
I know, yeah. Says he doesn't think a cart's quite gonna cut it. It's quite a number of you traveling. He says perhaps a wagon will do better. It's a little bit bigger, a little bit more sturdy, can carry more as well.
Yeah, sure. Could you offer something like that here?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then he points to the side there, and there is a wagon though. It only has one wheel. Looks a little bit rusted, worn down, and he says, "No, it'll be a bit cheaper though. I'll fix it right up and find a wheel for it somewhere."
How much are you thinking for that?
Well, they normally go for a good 40 gold, but with the state it's in, I could sell it for 30 perhaps.
All right. How long would it take you to work on it?
Well, when are you planning to leave? I mean, it could take a couple of days, but nothing too long.
Oh, we were thinking probably to leave tomorrow or the day after, but we can wait a little while if you need
Oh,
the time.
oh, he stands right up and he says, "Oh, that's fine. I'll just start working on it now."
All right.
And he goes and gets to it, and as he starts pulling things apart, he turns back to you and says, "Oh, I guess you might need what is it, an ox as well?"
Oh yes, we would. Are
Hmm.
there any of those to spare in this here town?
Says, "Oh, well, I know a friend that might be able to sell one. He normally charges around, I believe, 35 gold for one, but
I totally got ripped off.
says he doesn't know if it'll be that cheap because kind of they've been running in short supply recently."
Um, that's all right. We'll see what we can do. Which way is it to find him, or will you deal with that for me?
Yeah, no, I'll take care of it, but you're welcome to look around. Maybe someone else will be selling something.
Right. Yes, I'll let you know if I do find anything else.
Okay, and he's gonna turn back to his work and just start stripping all of the grime off of it.
All right. Um, I tell him. This guy seemed quite elderly, right?
Yeah.
Um. Also, if you need any help, just let me know, and we'll send someone your way to help out during the days.
Well, he says he can manage on his own, but I mean, perhaps if you wanted to watch, some people do.
All right. Thank you. Have
Okay.
a good afternoon.
Yeah, yeah, he doesn't quite hear you, perhaps because of his old age, and he carries on banging things around.
I
Um,
yeah.
yeah. But you're gonna head over to look for something else. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm going to head back down towards the inn and reassess the weather.
Okay, it looks like it's gonna rain probably shortly, maybe in the next half an hour, an hour. Who knows if it actually will rain, but it's just threatening.
All right.
Alar, what are you busy doing?
Alright, so
Like locked
after
yourself in your room and ate some garbage.
yeah, some rat meat, whatever. Um, and then I would carve. I guess I'd try to carve the boats.
Try to carve the boat. Okay. So, yeah, yeah, go for it.
Hell yeah!
See, it'll take you a bit of time to attempt. You do definitely get a very well-shaped boat. It doesn't have any detail, but anyone could easily spot it and say that is indeed a boat. So now there's just finer things to do if you'd like to do them, kind of etching the lines of the planks and
For
perhaps getting some oars done for it as well.
for now, I'm going to leave it after I've got the proper boat shed,
Yeah.
and I'm going to open the window once more. And I'm going to wait. Was there any like dogs around that were seemingly like around with farmers and such?
You didn't notice any, but there could be somewhere. Maybe they're in some stables or something. But you haven't actually heard any barking.
any like cats that I saw that weren't the cat I was?
No, no, I think that's why they were quite suspicious. No cats have been seen.
Hmm. So I definitely turn into a. Give this a thought. As people are coming. So I have opened the window. So did I see them as they were arriving?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, they all walk inside. The tiefling puts down 3 gold. Looks quite similar to the gold that they were handed earlier today. And they walk off to a room, well, a couple of rooms, I guess.
Yeah,
And
I turn into a rat and I hide under the bed.
okay,
Oh, before that I unlock the door.
yeah, yeah, you unlock the door, good. Meanwhile, the rain does start coming down. Yeah, it's very nice and cooling after the hot morning. What's going on? Laura's gonna come up to Ridgar and ask him if he can buy him some booze. Says he doesn't get much he doesn't get much opportunity to drink, but he would like to if he could.
Is he gonna become an alcoholic?
So if you ask that girl that passes by every so often and routinely checks up on you as you take the majority of your stay in that lounge, she says it'll be about 3 coppers for a mug. Okay, a couple of mugs come your way, and Elor is pretty chuffed. He kind of starts taking some gulps, getting really into it.
Is the tiefling moving up?
Moving up. No, he's just gone to a room. Maybe he just wanted to stay out of the rain. I don't know.
Okay, so I climb out from under my bed. I lock the door again after turning back into an elf, and I turn into a cat, but a different looking one.
Okay.
And I climb out of that window again, and I head back towards that church.
Okay.
And basically just want to keep my eyes on those people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are they guarding the doors still?
There's just one there now. The other one's kind
Kem
of
said
gone
frog
inside.
underscore rundown frog underscore rundown frog underscore rundown frog underscore rundown. Frog underscore
Checking on his
rundown frog
companion
underscore
there. It
rundown.
looks to be quite badly
Frog
injured.
underscore rundown frog underscore rundown frog underscore rundown frog underscore rundown frog underscore rundown.
Okay, so I just try to enter the church again.
Okay, again the
do
guard.
I see you heading to the church?
You might see a cat.
Because I was outside. Do I
Yeah.
Are you the same cat that you were when you entered into town?
Different cat.
Different
Different cat. Then I am not interested.
Okay, so the guard puts his foot out and looks like he's going to stop you entering unless you wish to try and perhaps fight him as a cat for that honor.
I start purring again.
Okay, give me a performance roll if you want to let him know that you're like a housebroken cat.
Ooh.
And no,
Kem
no
said
good.
vocal
Even
percussion
aims
on a
kick
whole
at you,
nother
though
level.
He misses.
So I hiss and I guess can't get, and I head back to the.
Okay. Lash gets up and comes over to Redgar and asks him how procuring a cart has gone. She looks at you and gives you a little bit of a scowl and says, lizards don't really know much about numbers.
That's so racist. But also completely true.
Meanwhile, the tiefling comes down and also makes himself at home in the lounge. Looks over to you, Ridgar, and says, what was he going on about? Looks over to you and says, well, how have you found the inn here? Is it worth the gold piece? You ask him why he's talking. He says, well, that's pretty rude, but, yeah, it's a public space. Yeah, it is. He has... Yeah. And you give him a cold shoulder, and he shrugs it off, and I don't know, he probably begins to rub his finger on the table in boredom or something. Anuri, what will you do?
I'm wandering around town, looking if anyone here is like in the habit of keeping livestock.
Yes, looking over here and over here, you can see, let's see what would be here. This place is full of a kind of fowl, not exactly chickens, but quite similar, just all over, and they're incessantly gobbling and cobbling and whatever noise they please to make. Over on this side, there are a couple of goats. And at this one
Kem said
here,
Coney
you can
in
see
purgatory
there
today
are
at 2:05
some
p.m.
stocks.
Go
This
for a
bottom
4 stack.
left. Yeah.
See Moss
There are some
today at
ox over there.
2:05
You
p.m.
noticed them as you came in.
MUDA MUDA
Head on down
MUDA
this
MUDA MUDA
Have a look at this.
MUDA MUDA
See
MUDA.
if there's anyone in there. Give it a knock on the door.
Okay, knock on the door. There is no answer.
Kem said I am fully
Head
erect.
up this path again and see if my friend from the other day is still here.
Yeah, he is there, and it's very fortunate the roof of his home has a little bit of a lip on it, so he's kind of just out of the rain, though his feet and legs are a little bit wet.
I head on over in the rain.
Kem said it means I am erect.
And I ask him, hey, my group and I were looking at getting a cart, and was wondering if you knew the owner of that field down there with the cattle in it.
Yeah. Says no, definitely. It's his uncle Rime that owns the place. Though he actually isn't here right
Kem
now.
said fully erect.
He's left it in my care.
Oh, I see. Would you at all be interested in possibly selling one of those off for him?
He said no. He gave me specific orders not to sell anything while he was away.
I see. Can I try to discreetly charm him?
Kem said nigger.
See, yeah. It's raining. There's no one close by. Yeah. As long as you think no one is watching you, and you're confident enough about it, it looks good.
Alright, but I won't do it today. I'll do it when the cart's closer to being done, just in case I mess it up.
Okay.
I say, well, thanks for the information again.
Kem said D.
I'll be sure to stop by and just say goodbye when we're heading out of town. Thanks for your help.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, he says, no, enjoy your stay at the inn, but remember, don't stay for too long.
Kem
Yes,
said noise dick.
I definitely won't.
Okay, meanwhile, at the inn, the tiefling
Kem
there
said
is
fuck you.
still watching Ridgar quite closely. And eventually he gives you a kind of a look and he taps on the table trying to get your attention, Ridgar, and he says, my name's Gobulus, by the way. And I was just thinking, you look kind of like some kind of magical type. You're not looking for some work, are you? He says, no, he didn't, but I just introduced her, it's kind of the polite thing to do. He says again, you're not looking for work, right? I mean, you've got to have gold to stay at an inn, I guess. It only makes sense. No,
Got that completely
if
covered yourself, right?
Says no, yeah, that's his job. He does have it covered. He says though, if it does sound like you're interested, and if you do want to find out, probably better to talk in a little bit of a more private setting. He says, no, those are some wise words. Really sounds like someone I'd like to hire. Ayla, what are you busy doing?
So I've already slinked back to my room. Since I've wasted my wild shape again, I'm gonna meditate. That's like 4 hours.
Okay. So you go and do that business. Eventually, Lash steps out into the range. He seems to want to go and check things out for a map. Hasn't explicitly told anyone this. And she begins to do some kind of round, I don't know what it would be called, a little bit of a patrol, checking everything, yeah? And an hour or so of doing that is going to pass until she eventually finds her way to the church. She steps inside and she looks to the halfling. And again, she points a finger and says, You thief! You have my cloak, I can feel it.
In front of me?
I don't know. Do you? What have you done? Have you stood there in the rain for the past while? Oh, then you do, sure.
Alright. I head on over, not wanting
She
her
starts marching in closer and closer and says, You have to return it. I demand it, and she mentions some god she worships that I have written down somewhere. But still she points to the halfling.
I follow her in.
Okay, the halfling looks over to her. Says, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a thief at all.
Did I manage to deduce that's Keller? Or
I think you had a strong belief that it was Keller, though you weren't 100% certain.
yeah, and then I really failed on like an intuition roll or something.
Yeah, something. Yeah. I think there were 2 rolls, and you got the one, something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah, so you have a strong belief.
Okay, but I do know that her cloak got stolen along with the rest of.
Oh yeah, Lash asked both you and Ayla to recover a cloak.
Yeah.
And I think you might have even promised her that you would.
Right.
And she really impressed upon you the importance of getting her cloak back.
I try and get a bit between her and this lady that seems extremely suspicious, and I say, look, I know you probably don't want any trouble in this town, and neither do we. How about you give my employer's cloak back here, and we won't even ask you for any of the other items that you might have.
The halfling gives you a strange look and turns to the woman next to her, and he says, "It's this was the green person I told you on the road. There were two of them. This was the other
I've
one
never
that
seen any of you before.
tried to, seems to be trying to find the word, trying to do me in." And that woman steps up and looks close to you and says, I don't think I've seen you before. You're not traveling with that druid, are you?
Druid? What druid?
Okay, roll to deceive.
Deception? Where is
Yeah, deception, yeah.
oh, there it is. Not my best stat.
No, she says no. Look at that green skin. Might as well be yellow from the fear just reeking off of you. I know a liar when I hear one. And she's gonna call a couple of her guards up. Come and hold you and Lash.
I'm going to resist being touched.
Okay, so you could
But
call it.
not
They're not. They're not exactly holding you. They've like blocked the door and they're getting quite close up to you.
I
As
say,
though to
you've
prevent
got a
some.
misunderstanding here.
Lash is gonna start shouting. There's no misunderstanding here. That damned halfling there. She stole my cloak. I can feel it on her. I can prove it too.
I look to this night lady, or disguised lady, and I say, well, proof is proof. You seem good at judging the truth yourself. Why not hear her out?
I don't need to listen to that kind of cold-blooded tongue in my ear. No advice from one such as yourself. And just going to turn to Lash and tell her, look, I've been traveling with this woman for the past I don't know how many days, and well, she's done no stealing. And Lash is again going to refuse and say, no, she's stolen it. Lash turns to you and says, you're going to have to get it back for me. I still can't fight. I still have my oath.
I'll say, yeah, I'm 100% positive we'll get your cloak back this time, but, I mean, there's no need to fight if we can sort this out with the words. What's this proof you were talking about?
Lash says, well, she can feel the cloak on the halfling. I mean, all you would need to do is just search the halfling and you'd no doubtedly find the cloak.
I say, I am quite certain that the person who did steal our cloak and other items is extremely talented at disguises and has ways of hiding their belongings. Because I remember I snuck into Keller's tent that one time. And it was like all of her stuff was just hidden somewhere. She didn't have any big belongings or anything.
It's true. So you really
So,
try to persuade Lash, is that what you're saying? That
something searching might be difficult. The sort of thief that took all our things is undoubtedly good at smuggling and hiding things.
the woman in the front is going to say a lot of accusations being thrown here, but I only know one that's true, and that you're a liar with a friend that's friends with a druid.
Is being a druid a crime?
Being the druid he is definitely a crime.
What kind of druid is that?
Countless reports of him terrorizing the southern towns in Chiron, as well as the accusation by my friend here, Elizabeth, and she points back to the halfling, of him trying to force himself on her.
Oh Jesus! These people need to die.
So one of the dudes behind you is going to reach out to you, Henry, and put his hand on your shoulder, and the woman in front of you is going to say, "So we're gonna need you to tell us where he is. I mean, maybe you're not guilty. Maybe it's only him. Being a coward, it's not really something you can punish, is it?"
I tell her, well, my good friend is quite happily and legally staying at the inn. And I look around. I say, why aren't you?
Says, no, that's no matter for you to concern yourself with, but I'll send one of my guards here. They can go and check out. Maybe you're telling the truth. Maybe you're lying. I only hope that you are being truthful. We wouldn't want to see what kind of consequences lying would entail, would we? Okay, and so one of them trots on over to the inn.
Am I still meditating?
Yeah, how long do you meditate for? 4 hours, definitely.
4 hours.
Yeah, meditating for sure, man. So, comes in here,
My door is
tosses
locked.
he he goes over to the innkeeper, who's still kind of crying on his desk there. They're very quietly now that the tiefling's in the lounge, and he begins talking to him, and he pushes a few coins into the innkeeper's hands and begins to thumb through the ledger, looking for what is he looking for? I'm not too sure. Perhaps just all the residents there and which rooms to check. And after seeing it all, he does eventually start going door to door and checking them through, knocking and checking who's there. And he does eventually get to your room, Ayla,
Shit.
and he's going to knock on it.
I'm gonna ignore it.
Okay, so he knocks for a while, and he just decides, well, perhaps no one's there, and he moves on. And after making a full round, he finds that he's checked all the doors. So he goes back to the lounge and he looks everyone over there. He sees the tiefling, he sees Elor, he sees Ridgar, he sees the serving girl as well. He says, well, none of these are like that bard we've seen before. He goes back and the druid, fuck. And he goes back to the doors and he starts checking them again. And he gets an answer. Sometimes they open, sometimes they don't. A lot of the times it's because they're in the lounge, it seems. And eventually he gets to one door that no one seems to have laid claim to. And he knocks again.
I just ignore it.
He is going to kick the door down. And what does he find in there? What are you, a rat or something?
No. I'm meditating, so I'm a dude. Just sitting there.
Okay. How does your meditation stuff work? Are you still gonna have to roll to be woken up, or are you like semi-conscious? Oh, well, that's fine. So you hear someone kicking in your door, and you look to the doorway, and you see that kind of heavily leathered guard standing there. He recognizes you.
So I see that guard, and I know it's part of that party because I've already walked past them as the cat a number of times. So I immediately run to the window, and I try to jump out of it.
Okay. It's fine, yeah. You jump out the window. You just hear him talking. It seems he's turned his head down the hallway, and he's calling out to Gobulus, who's sitting in the lounge there. And, well, with your running away, they go on to talk about how there is a cursed bard staying in the inn.
Druid.
Fucking druid, Jesus! And how Gobulus is then, well, that's actually quite strange. Earlier, I found a cat that was in fact a druid just slinking around our town. And they carry on chatting like that, and eventually he gets all of his dudes together, and they go out and set in search of
Okay, so
any strange
I've been-
Like
creatures.
worst case scenario.
So I'm running.
And they all
Out.
start. Yeah, no, that's fine. They all start going in search. And meanwhile, this guard is going to go and return here to the church.
So I run to the, let's say, the fields. Maybe I think it's better.
Yeah, no, it's still raining. You've got some cover. You can definitely just run away if that's what you'd like to do.
And I'm gonna hide away in a I don't know, heavily cropped area. I'm just gonna sit between two sets of crops, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah, you're gonna go bury yourself in whatever garbage they're cooking up there.
and then
So what
I'm gonna try to meditate to try to get those
Yeah. So how's the meditation work? Are you gonna have to restart your 4 hours, or are you able to continue on because the disturbance was so short?
I have no idea.
For normal rests, you have something like a 2-hour frame, I think, where you can do a little bit of activity, and you'll be able to finish your long rests. But I'm not sure when you're an elf doing your meditation. I think it'll be fine for you to carry on. 4 hours seems kind of long. Meanwhile, we have this leather-clad guard returns to the church there, and there he calls out, and he kind of stumbles over his words as he tries to address that woman in front, and eventually he settles on the name Greenie Brown, and tells her that this lizard is in fact telling the truth. There was a cursed druid staying at the inn, and it seems like while this lizard might be a coward, it is an honest one.
That's me.
Okay.
Kem said alls
That's
today
fine,
at 2:24 p.m.
Eventually,
Mommy
we're
PLS
gonna
buy
do a
me a
little bit of
PC so can
deliberation
pretend to be superior on the internet.
between the
Coning in
5 of
purgatory
them,
today at
all those
2:24 p.m.
leather-clad,
Laser.
fierce-looking warriors
Alls
that
today at
the
2:25
rest of you
p.m.
left to die.
Fuck needs, fuck niggers, and fuck.
They're going to decide that they're going to set out and search for this cursed bard as well.
Good.
Bro, you really
Fucking
have
hell,
to
why? Why
care
do I
about
keep
that.
mixing it up? But anyway, so Greenie Brown's going to turn around to the halfling and tell her to stay here, out of the rain. It's nothing to get involved in, especially if this cursed bard tried to ravish you.
Good.
Fucking druid. And let's see. So they tell you, Lizard, that well, I guess you're free to go, but probably wouldn't be wise to run from town, though that might be your first instinct.
Oh no, we're in no hurry. Nothing to worry about here.
And they start moving out as well to
Happy hunting.
form their search as well. Meanwhile, Lash is just being forgotten about and kind of abandoned.
We're now alone in a room with this lady.
Yeah, you could be.
What's the expression on their face?
She doesn't look too worried at all. She's just sitting around there. Got the other guard in the corner. He's the one that seems quite wounded. Isn't in any condition to move. Kind of, I don't know, just to be too active.
So I go up to her, outside of hand touching reach, and
Outside of hand touching.
yeah, I remember what happened the last time I got too close to someone and I ended up asleep.
I think that was Keller. If I'm remembering it right.
I don't trust anyone now.
Okay, so you get up close to her, but not close enough.
Yeah, and I say, look, I don't know if you bought this cloak, or if you're my good old friend in disguise again, but, you know, this cloak has a lot more sentimental value than anything else, so can you not help us out here?
So she says, no, I don't have anything on me. I've never stolen anything in my life. She stands up and begins to remove her cloak. And yeah, she kind of almost hands it to you. She doesn't quite, but she like puts it out in front, like between the two of you. Says, look, this is just it. It's just a cloak. There's nothing special about it.
I look to Lash and see if she has any, like, hints. Can she feel where it might be?
Lash looks, he's got her eyebrows all furrowed, kind of not really making sense of the situation, and says, no, you've definitely got it, but I know that cloak isn't mine. She turns to you and tells you, Henry, just get it from her, just take it from her. There's no one here to stop you. Though she does look back to the guard and kind of think better of her words.
I mean, I can't take what I can't see. Do you have any bags or pouches on you? I'm saying this to the lady.
The halfling, yeah, the halfling says, well, I've just got what you can see. I mean, it's not like I could keep a cloak in a little coin pouch, is there? It's not really how things work.
Oh no, I've seen some impressive coin pouches.
So I've just got what you can see.
I had that quiver. So I know that kind of technology exists. And I'm very much miss having it.
I don't know. Lash is eventually going to ask you what you think I should do. I mean, she's sure that the woman has the cloak, though she just doesn't really know how she could have the cloak.
I try to charm her.
You want to charm her?
Yep.
Okay. What do you have to do to charm? Is it a little bit of a vocation, or what's going on?
I don't know. It's like it seemed like eye contact based on the previous thing.
Okay, I mean, look, charm person, I believe that's what it is. It is voice and
Because
some
I mean, for the
space.
vampires, is it the same? It's not a spell, is it?
Yeah, no, it's a spell. It's just charm person. That's
Oh,
all that you're doing. And you do need to say some magical words and move your hands in magical fashion.
oh, you didn't know that.
And as you do it, if you remember, I think remember with that girl in the woods at one stage, I was making sure you had some hands to do it while you were kind of holding her or something,
Mm,
or whether you were holding her, I'm not sure. But so you begin to say your words and wiggle your hands, and the guard in the corner notices you. He sees you're performing some kind of spell. That's all he does.
Yep.
He just takes notice.
okay.
Let's check what this is. What's the DC for it? Yours is
You
13.
said it was like 15, right?
15.
13.
I'm sure it was 13.
I don't know.
13.
13 sounds about right.
It
I was
was
thinking
13.
of my armor, sorry.
Let me find.
Yeah, I put the box there.
Let's check. Yeah, add up those numbers. I think it was 13, but just to double check. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, this looks fine. So it's a wisdom save. Is that right? Wisdom, yeah.
Mhm. Which I'm sure like Keller is like
So it looks like you have managed to charm Keller.
Oh my god. Yay. Fucking killer.
Oh no, hold on, wait up. You said looks like. I'm scared. Okay. Well, if she looks
her
strong,
don't
I'm
do
gonna
all
say,
this
are you
stuff.
sure you don't have that cloak?
Keller's just beaming up at you like you're her new greatest and best friend in the whole world. And she says, a cloak? Oh, you can have mine if you like. And she hands it to you.
Is this the cloak or the other cloak?
It's the one that she was holding.
Thanks. Did you have any more? Perhaps hidden away?
Any more cloaks? I don't think so. I'm not sure why I would travel with more than one cloak. That's kind of strange, isn't it? How many cloaks do you travel with?
Oh, a few, because I make them.
You're strange, but we can still be friends.
Tell her to undo the disguise.
Do I know she's disguised? Can I do like a perception thing to see if...
I believe you have seen her remove a disguise in the past. If you remember all that long
Yeah.
time ago at the docks when she kind of pulled what seemed to be a wig or something. Okay, yeah, roll some perception if you would like. Okay, looking over. You notice, especially when she tried to hand you the cloak, it seems like her disguise is so well done that it could only be magical in a way. Though, in what way, you're not too sure.
Can I do the arcana?
There must definitely be some kind of magical item aiding her, because I think you know from past dealings with Keller that she isn't a wizard. What was it you asked?
Can I roll arcana?
Yeah, go for it.
This is like all the stuff I'm worst at. I'm the worst person to try and
Okay, and you
kill her.
take a look. You see, yes, there's definitely something that's taken place. It's kind of a myriad of illusion as well as transformation that has enabled her to not only change her clothes, but to seemingly change her race.
All right, well, I give a bit of a hiss and I say, like, come on, drop the disguise. That guy in the corner is so delusional. I'm sure they won't believe anything he says about what he might see about you.
She looks at you and says, are you sure it's safe here? What about that brutish woman over there? She
Oh,
seems to
not.
have been after my blood.
She's with us. There's no need for conflict with her.
Okay, so Keller reaches up and takes her, well, what looks to be like she's removing a hat, and that is what indeed it turns into. Her hat kind of materializes between her fingers as she pulls it off her head,
Holy
and she begins to grow up back into human size, while her clothes change back into what is recognizable as well. Keller.
Oh my fuck.
And let me just check. What Keller's doing. Okay, you are going to roll initiative.
Oh my fuck. Okay, I'm alright with that. I can take Killer one-on-one.
Did you do the roll? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Keller is going to roll as well. Yeah, looks like he came out pretty good. Looks good. And so, it's your turn first. I wouldn't say you've been surprised, really, though there's no reason for combat to start unless she does something, is there? So what do you want to do? She's taken her hat off. It is Keller standing there.
I'm gonna say, look, this is quite a heavily armed town. I don't think it's good for either of us to get too noisy in here. If you just give the cloak back, really, we can forget about the rest.
She says, yeah, no, take it. And she tries to hand you her cloak again.
The same other cloak? She's not reaching in any pouches or magical things. If not,
make a perception roll.
Okay.
Let's have a look. Okay, you do notice her other hand slips down into what might be a pocket.
While she's handing me the other thing?
While she's handing you her cloak she was wearing, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say, be like that, but thanks for the sword at least, and I take a swing at her.
Okay, so take your swing. You don't hit. Meanwhile, the guard that has been watching this all take place, he starts shouting about slaughter, and a yellow-bellied lizard suddenly turning into the bravest green creature on the earth now that the room's emptied. And he starts screaming for help
And
and
he's
for
not
some...
bothered by the lady transforming?
Well, I don't know, I guess he just thought it was her business. Yeah, maybe he knows that she's in disguise, I don't know. He didn't seem surprised. Okay, meanwhile, in response, let me know what the other two are doing. Hey, you can still carry on doing stuff so long, Ridgar and Aylar. We're not trapped in this with you spectating.
Also, I'm gonna do the whole rage thing.
Is my meditation over? Not really.
Nah, it's been like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You've locked yourself into some intense gameplay.
So I am currently in between corn while it's raining. So I'm gonna attempt to hide and continue my meditation while stealth, if possible. That's all right.
What did you want to do while you want to maintain meditational stealth?
Axe.
You found yourself a nice spot, and there you are doing your meditating. Like that's as good as it's going to get. On the plus side, it's been raining. You're going to be hard to track. You know, whatever footprints you've left behind, it's going to be rained out, and all that kind of thing. There's no scent for whatever possible creature they could have to sniff you out.
Okay.
You're hidden somewhere in the wet farmland meditating.
Cool.
Ridgar, you want to be doing anything, or are you just enjoying your time in the lounge? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's true enough. Okay, so
I'm gonna say to Lash to maybe shut that guy up. It doesn't have to be violent, just like stuff some cloth in his mouth or something.
Lash says there's no need to kind of partake in any kind of criminal acts. This is very much virtuous to get the cloak back.
I hope the guards see it that way.
Okay, so Keller pulls out a javelin from her pocket, and she takes aim at you and throws it at you. You have to make a DC 13 dexterity roll. Let's see if you can make it.
Dexterity?
Yeah.
Is this my javelin?
I don't know.
Oh,
Do you want to figure out if it's yours?
yes.
Okay, roll me perception. Yeah.
I'm looking at it and getting out of the way.
So you guys are within 5 feet of each other, right? Okay. Did you make a perception? Oh, you did them both. Yeah. Okay. Perception. You look at the javelin. It is indeed your stolen javelin of lightning that she has pulled out. As she thrusts it at you and speaks the word, you take only half of whatever damage is
What
coming.
word did she speak?
12 lightning damage. What word did she speak? I can't remember. I've got it written somewhere. You knew it though. You figured it out. Well, one of you figured it out.
I didn't figure
For
it
sure.
out.
It was some the command word. One of you guys figured it out.
Yeah, someone else did, but they didn't tell me.
Let's have a look. Okay. She seems to have whispered the name of the kind of some thunder-related pantheon god, though I can't find it right now.
Alright.
Unfortunately,
She says,
I'll have to look that up.
Valkyrie.
Could be. But anyway, so there is 12 lightning damage coming your way. Yeah, it's a little bit low if you ask me.
Is it half or full?
That
Dodging.
Yeah, you managed to evade, so it's half damage.
So it's 6.
Yeah, 6 sounds fine. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Keller reaches forward with the other hand drawing a weapon and makes an attack. And she begins shouting as well about a lizard trying to eat her. And
You
now
just
she
threw a
needs.
lightning spear at me, and you're acting defenseless.
You look to be fine though. I don't think that attack hits. And she carries on screaming for some guards, and she pleads with that man in the corner if he'll come over and help her, even if he's in a really injured state.
I say, thanks for giving my spear back.
I don't think you have it. She just used the spell. You know, she's still around. You know, still in
I
her
mean, wouldn't
control.
it be in the wall behind me?
No, she didn't
'Cause
throw it.
Doesn't it travel with the spell? I
Let's
thought you
check.
had
Let
to
me
throw it.
read the lightning. Yeah, actually, you would know it was your item. Yeah, maybe she did have to throw it to do that. Yeah, then it'll be in the wall behind you if a wall could stop it.
Yeah, now it's mine again.
Might be yours. Okay, so it is your turn.
All right, I do my attacks. Does that first one hit?
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah.
That's +2, 13.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
crit.
Let's see. Nice crit roll for damage.
Ooh, that's 20. And then my bonus action, I'm gonna make another attack.
Okay. Roll for damage.
12.
vampires be strong. Jesus.
Hey, all of the strength is my own. That was already maxed out.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That the end of your turn?
Yep.
Okay, so that was the second round starting, I believe. Keller kind of is shaken from your blows. She doesn't look like she's about to topple over, but she was definitely shaken. And she attacks you again with the dagger. Damn, she is not attacking well. Does the second one get you? What's your AC at 16?
15.
15. Okay, so the second one does get you. Make your DC Constitution saving throw.
Oh wait, how does that work?
Just
For
make a
the
DC.
poison.
Yeah, for the poison. Yeah.
Whoops.
So you take full damage. Not too much. I think you'll live.
Hold up. Let me. What are my resistances again?
As a vampire, right?
Mhm. Piercing, slashing, necrotic. Okay, that doesn't count. And from my rage, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. Okay, so I take the full poison and half the piercing. 8. That's
Okay.
28.
So new round starts. And Yuri, give me some perception. Perception roll.
My eyesight
You
just gets worse. and
are
worse.
just too involved with your fight. A little bit of tunnel vision going on as your prey is finally within reach. Okay, so
Yeah.
carry on what you want to do. You're just battling, you're just hacking at her.
Pretty keen to kill this person. That's been
Okay.
gonna do my attacks. Does that hit?
See, yeah, that hits, yeah. Okay, a little bit of damage, not too much. And that one is gonna miss.
Yep. My bonus attack is gonna be reckless.
Okay, and it misses as well somehow. Okay, Killer's turn starts. However, Lash behind you starts calling out and telling you that the church is on fire.
How the hell did that happen?
And it looks like it's caught on fire where the lightning bolt spear landed on it.
Oh my gosh.
And
I shout to God, look, she started a fire.
yeah, no, the god says could have. Perhaps we should stop fighting. Why don't we put the fire out?
I tell Lash to take that man outside and carry on with my fight.
He's-
Honestly, don't worry, your cloak is leaving here one way or the other.
Okay, Killer attacks you. Make some nice attacks. You're gonna have to make those double DC saving throws.
Oof. Okay,
And
so Constitution. So let me just check my range quick.
and you look like you make the first one. Check the second.
Okay.
And it looks like you make both of them.
So that's 2 and 3, and 7 and 7, which is also half. So that's 3, 6, 9, 11. Yeah, 11.
Yeah. So the new round starts, and behind you, a guard, an Eastfield guard, calls out. And he says, "What the hell is going on in here?" And he sees the fire going on in the corner, and a lizard and a human woman fighting amongst the church benches.
This woman threw a lightning spear.
Lash turns around and says, She did. She threw a spear of lightning at the wall." And the guard next to him over here is going to call out, "It's true, she did throw it. However, she was being attacked by this lizard."
She's a thief.
Okay, and with that, the Eastfield guard begins to shout out some kind of an alarm cry. He pulls out his weapon as well and starts banging it on the church, just trying to get some attention. And Yuri, it's your turn.
Am I able to hear that?
Roll perception. It is raining. No, wait, well, you're in the field. No, you don't get to hear anything. Jesus, you're miles away.
Okay.
The
Okay.
people in the inn are welcome to roll perception if they're just curious enough about whatever kind of murmurings they're hearing under the rain. Otherwise, Anya, it's your turn.
It's not much of a choice here.
I think your sword means that.
Yeah, you
has to-
miss.
I attack again.
And you lose your weapon. It goes flying into the corner of the room, round about over here.
Where? Oh no, I can't have that. I run straight over to it.
Okay, Killer lashes out at you with her dagger.
Oof. Yep.
Where's that damage at? Oh, there it is.
How much life do you have?
Oh, not much. It's running down quick.
Okay.
Take
So I
one,
think
two.
picking up your sword, if you want to now, is going to consume the last of what would have been a third attack or something like that. Whether it is a bonus action or an action, it would take that space.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so you're,
pick it up. I feel just terrible having it off of my body.
yeah, it's true. Yeah,
Thanks
the
a lot.
weapon is warrior's best friend, I've heard. Meanwhile, Keller starts to take some steps backwards from you now that there's a little bit of range. Oh, not her, she's gone. And she walks back and takes aim with the crossbow at your back. Oh, doesn't go anywhere. The bolt just kind of lands in the floor near her feet.
Clearly not the actions of someone merely defending themselves. I'll
It's true,
point
it's
out.
true. And she does carry on backing up. And she gets to the guard there and asks him again to help her. There we go. Anyway, it's the beginning of the new round. We have some guards sprinting over. Let me just check that's within sprint range. Sure, it's kind of far. No, it's not. And they start sprinting. You can hear them shouting. They can see some smoke billowing out of the door here. They're going, "What's going on? Why is the church on fire? What devil could have set it?" And it's your turn, Anuri.
I'm holding my sword, full of rage, and I chase right after her. Yeah.
Okay.
I head on up over here, and on the way I'll just quickly I'll pocket my javelin as evidence,
Hmm.
and yeah, I'm gonna attack.
Okay, make your attack.
I'm probably gonna die. Great sword.
Yeah, looks good. Looks good, yeah.
13.
Yeah. Let's check. Keller isn't looking good at all anymore. There's a lot of cuts on her, a lot of blood leaking down and darkening her clothes. But yeah, carry on.
As I'm fighting her, I try to keep in touch, like with my sword, and see if it's pleased with my actions.
You don't notice anything as you're fighting. Roll for damage.
13.
Again. Oof, this is getting real close. Roll again.
And my last attack is gonna be reckless again.
Oh, well, that was almost a crit. Roll for damage.
12.
Yes, okay. Keller loses her balance and collapses, though she doesn't seem dead. If that's the end
Oh
of
my
the
gosh, I forgot
turn.
to make my wisdom save. I'm sorry.
Oh, is that for your rage or something? What's it for?
That's actually for the weapon.
Oh, the sword.
Effect,
Yeah.
It
Okay, well,
actually
go on.
doesn't
Yeah.
happen unless I fail the wisdom check. I always forget
Yeah,
about
make it
that.
and let's check. I can't even remember what the downside
13.
was if you
So
fail it.
technically, I don't have to keep attacking her.
Okay, but you choose to, and so you do. End of your turn, make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh? Shit, am I hungry? Oh no.
No, you're not. You're getting hungry, but you're not too hungry. Okay, you inhale a belly full of smoke. Although you are a vampire, but I don't know, you're breathing out of habit or something.
Yeah.
And whatever next actions you're going to take are going to be at disadvantage.
Alright.
And if you stay there, there's a good chance you'll get burned eventually.
Okay, well, yeah.
Okay, Keller is again calling for the guard and telling him to get this murderous lizard off of her, while she is kind of like scrambling away on her hands and knees, leaving this smudged blood trail on the church floor. And the guard does that. He steps in and he puts his weapons up to you and says, "Are you intending to fight the Eastfield guards?"
I sheathe my weapon, seeing Keller miserably and pathetically crawling away and feeling quite satisfied with myself.
Okay, and she carries on crawling away. She finishes her turn somewhere like over there. The new round starts. The other guards arrive, and they see Keller leaving this blood trail and this smoke coming out of the church door. So we'll be out of combat then, unless you would like to keep in the turn order.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to move out of this burning building and make sure Lash and this witness leave it with me.
Okay, so Lash does. She moves out with you, and she says, "Well, perhaps we should have come with Alor and Ridgard to retrieve it from her. She did look a little bit stronger than a halfling." But
Yeah,
he
don't
escapes.
say.
And the guard is going to go inside and begin to pull this man out. Well, the church burns and burns and burns.
Was my coffin inside the church yet, or is it still outside?
I think it's been moved to this back building out of the rain here. But you wouldn't have seen them move it, I don't believe.
Alright.
Okay, so with all the thunderous lightning being thrown around and the screams and the smoke, and eventually the glow starting to peek through as the fire creeps out of the door here and touches onto the roof, the other groups searching for the resident cursed druid are going to see it and come on over as well. First to arrive is the tiefling, with an escort of 2 of his buds. He looks at what's taking place here. Calls one of the guards over and asks them to explain themselves. The guard says how he ran here and found the church was set alight, apparently by that woman there that's nearly dead. And how she was screaming about this green lizard attacking her. The tiefling says he wants to get out of all this rain. Someone try and put the damn church out. Arrest everyone.
Right. I follow obediently.
Okay, so you're all arrested then, and that it's just going to be Anuri and Lash and Keller.
Yeah.
And Keller's
as long as they don't let her get away.
Keller's lone guard, it looks, as well. So let's check. What's the time? 9 o'clock. Okay, so you're all dragged through the rain. Unless you want to walk, you could just walk nicely with them. They
walk nicely.
They kind of tie you up with whatever's on hand. Nothing especially durable, though. You'll have to still put a little bit of effort in to break out. As they take you guys to, I think it's going to be this place over here, to just sit around while they try to figure out what happened. Keller has also been taken, though she has had a lot more care put into her, seeing as she's nearly dying, on the verge, kind of. Okay, so they're going to stick you in some cages. They'll say they might bring supper around a bit later, but for now they're going to try and put the church out, so just try and sit tight. And peeps are going to leave. What do you guys want to do while you're trapped in these cages?
What? Did they put me in the same building as Keller or not? Where am I?
You're over on the right side by the little guardhouses, kind of watching the roads. You and Lash are in one, and Keller is in the other one. She's receiving treatment.
Can I see the other guardhouse from here?
And there's no windows. It's fairly private. It's similar to when you came in and they took you inside the room and checked you all out with your gear. And that, except this one strangely has cages in it.
Am I in a cage?
You're in a cage. Unless you want to fight about getting in a cave, then maybe you're fighting.
I'm not. I'm just really worried about Keller being on her own, knowing that she might just be faking her death to elude the guards. But I guess if I'm in a cage, I do not want to fight these big scary guards.
Okay. So, there's at least 2 guards here watching the road, while there's another guard in the room with you. And the tiefling comes and goes and checks on you. He's got like this little journal with him that he keeps writing in whenever he comes and looks at you. And then he leaves, and maybe an hour or 2 passes, and he'll come back. He'll give you another look, and he'll write a bit more in it. And that happens for quite a while until you're eventually served some kind of stale bread and water. And then the night starts.
So
Yeah.
meditation time part.
Yeah, meditation time over, yeah.
So I still think that I'm being searched for. So I turn into a small spider.
Okay, you turn into a small spider. And what are you doing? Are you going back to the inn or what's going on?
I'm going back to the inn area just to see what's happening because I have no clue about what's going on anyway.
Cool.
So is this guy still here?
These ones, they're roaming around the town. They're not exactly there. This one's probably trying to put out the church, but there is one roaming around looking for a cursed druid.
Okay, so I'm just trying to listen into what's happened because I see that there's smoke coming from the church and that there seems to be a gathering of gods trying to put it out. So I'm just
So you want to
trying to
get a bit closer and listen.
gather some information to find out what's going on because I don't have a clue.
Okay, well, it is raining, so you're going to have to get quite close if you want to hear them.
So I slink on the side wall here if it's not on fire using spider
Let's check.
climb.
Yeah.
And I just listen in. I wanna see what's happened because I don't have a. Maybe some conversations happening.
Yeah, there's not too much conversation. All you hear is them calling for more water and for more buckets as they go in and attempt to throw the water on it before it can kind of catch me onto the whole roof and all the walls and that. They're trying to kind of contain it and slowly put it out. But it isn't going very well. While it isn't spreading, it isn't dying down.
Okay, and do I see that main god lady, the golden one or the hide armor now?
Let's see, yes, by now they would be here as well. While they missed what happened, they would be here and trying to put the church out because, they were hoping to stay here tonight.
And what is she saying?
Nothing. She isn't talking at all. She's just trying to get the church out. She, I guess, really wants to sleep indoors.
Okay, so seeing as I can't gather any clues that way, I'd like to investigate it by I guess I don't know, having a look and seeing um what happened. So how big is the fire?
Okay, the fire is just inside the door. As they go in with buckets and keep throwing water on it, you can see the flames die slightly and then they kind of grow back a bit. It's this constant little battle of it trying to creep out the door and onto the roof at the front there. However, what's actually going on inside, I'm not sure about unless you took a look.
Okay, so I'm worried about the fumes as a spider. Is there a lot of smoke?
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke, but it's all rising up and sticking to the top there. I mean, if you went low, it should be fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna slink in then, careful to avoid flames and
Hmm.
smoky areas. There's a tiny little spider. Just
Yeah.
gonna walk past them, and I'm going to
And
have a look at the source of the flames if there's space to do.
okay, so this intense, real force of heat just pushes at you as you step through the door frame, and the fire seems to have spread all along over here, as well as some of the floor in the corner. A couple of the benches are starting to catch as well. It doesn't look like they're going to win it in the end unless there's some change.
Okay. Can I roll to investigate to see if I can see the what was the source of the
Uh, hmm. Hmm.
is the spear still in the wall? Is
No, I
really
knew
what
he's taken it. So
already.
it's not in the walls. That's why I'm thinking it would be quite hard for you with no experience be able to tell what started a fire when
Yeah.
it's kind of still burning like that, I think. So I don't think it's gonna be worth rolling. You're just not able to tell. You can see where the fire is, but it's an unknown on what started it.
And so Anuri took the spear and obviously his sword. Okay. Hmm. Is there any signs of anyone I know passing through? Is there a way for?
Any signs of
What
anyone
about
popping?
smell, scent?
Yeah. Well, I'm a spider. Um, I guess I can't really determine anything then.
Defensive.
Yeah, you're a spider.
So I slink out, I guess, and
Okay,
I
slink
slink
back out. The spider does decide that there is in fact fire coming from that smoke.
because can't determine anything. Uh, and then I'm gonna head back to the inn. I'm not gonna change
Yeah,
shape back because
yeah,
I'm trying
you
to figure out what's going on.
just a little
And I want
spider,
to
yeah.
slink past my allies and see what this guy's saying over here. If he's resting.
Okay, while you go inside, there is the serving girl. She's standing at the doorway. She's trying to get Ridgar's attention and Elor's as well. Though Elor is much more receptive from what I can tell for now, as she points out the doorway and over to the church there, and you can see the smoke just going up into the sky. She keeps telling everyone, "Look, it's on fire. I mean, should we go help?" Ridgar, are you gonna answer her?
I'm asleep.
You're engrossed in your book. Okay, you've gone to bed. Oh, there, I see it. Okay. Eller, on the other hand, he's been staying up, drinking. He's standing up next to her, a little bit red in the cheeks, and he says, "Yeah, no, let's go put it out. I mean, it would be such a shame for it for it to burn down. This town seems so nice." And he's gonna run out into the rain. Looks like he's having just the best time.
I'm gonna follow him.
And he runs out over there. He talks to guards and he says, "Have you got a bucket for me, or you want me to go fill your buckets? I'm willing to help." And they say there are no spare buckets, but yeah, an extra person filling them for them back and forth will help. And he starts to help them with that. Oh, if you carry on watching Aloy, you'll see he doesn't manage to bring back much water with him. There's a lot of it slopping around as he's running all over the place, but he's having a lot of fun trying to help. Otherwise, not too much is happening unless you want to stay there for a few hours and see if the church burns down or not.
I'm just trying to work out what's happened. So I guess for now, I'm gonna go back to the tiefling dude to see what he's doing. See if he's got a clue as what's happened, basically. Because I can't really talk to anyone, otherwise I'm gonna get arrested.
Yeah, okay.
We can always then trial together. You haven't done anything besides sneak in.
I can't talk to anyone. I'm stuck. It's like no information for me to gather.
Okay, so you go inside and I don't know what you said you're doing. You went to bed or something. I'm not sure. You're hiding in your room. Something's happening.
I'm with the tiefling guy. I'm just like on the wall, like watching him and listening.
Okay.
See if he knows what's happening.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. No, he just seems to be relaxing. He looks a bit wet, like he might have been walking in the rain. A bit, but not too much. But eventually, as the night carries on passing by, he'll get up and go to his room as well. Looks like he's gonna try and get some sleep.
All right. How much time has passed?
Probably, well, with him getting up and going, probably like 40 minutes, but the night could just carry on passing. If you'd like to just stay a spider on that wall for however many hours.
I've only got 2. So my character basically just tries to gather information during the time, and then failing in that, before the duration runs out, I head back to the room. No, I head to someone else, an empty room. If there's an empty room, is there any empty rooms?
My room is sure empty.
Yeah, there should be a number of empty rooms. A lot of people are missing.
Okay, so I slink underneath one of the doors of a room that no one sleeps in, and I start to meditate again, I guess, to wait to see what exactly is happening.
Okay. So, number of hours pass. It gets pretty late, 10 p.m. It carries on going. Midnight passes. It hits around 2 a.m. And Alor comes back. He is awfully soot-colored, though he doesn't notice. He's still a little bit tipsy. Though he's drunk some of that water from the bucket for sure. And he finds his way to his room. Good 30 minutes pass, and eventually the leather-clad guards arrive. And they find a serving girl and wake her up, and she takes them to her room. If everyone's going to carry on snoozing away, the night is pretty peaceful after that. And eventually morning comes. Henry is served freshly stale bread with water. And all same for Lash, really. Still caged up.
I give Flash my portion.
Hey. Though on this morning there are no screamings of someone being dragged away in a cart. So who wants to wake up and do stuff?
Okay, so I guess once again I turn into a spider this time because it's tiny,
Okay.
and I slink out into to the the grassy area here, and I watch the guards and the patrols, and I go around the town, and I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. And can I roll for that to see if I figure out if Anuri's been captured or not?
Okay, well, you couldn't find Anuri in the inn. I'm guessing you've looked for her. You haven't seen her anywhere outside. Roll me some insight, unless you would just like to
Rash
have
is
your...
also missing.
Yeah, they're both missing, really. So roll some insight, unless you'd just like to believe it. If you are happy that your character can draw the conclusion, I'm fine with it. But otherwise, roll insight.
It doesn't make sense if my character does that.
Okay. Yeah, you think they must definitely... Something must have happened. It's very unlike them for it to just disappear without telling you something or without leaving a note. I mean, you didn't see anything anywhere, didn't see any sign. They've just vanished. Something is definitely amiss.
Okay, so then I start to search the town for signs of them in my spider form as quickly as possible. My movement speed is about 20, but I'll be sprinting, I guess, as a spider, so it's like 40. And so I'm just gonna go around the town, because I don't have a direction. I'm just gonna go around the wall area and throughout the town as the spider for the duration of my wild shape. Should I roll to see if I find?
Should you roll to see if you find it? You're just searching, so you're going to say you're going to put a couple of hours into searching for them.
Yeah.
You're not going to find anything unless you start to look in the guardhouses. I don't know if that's something you want to do. I'm not sure. You won't even be able to find any sign of them because of the rain.
Okay.
Nothing to track.
So then, how would I do this logically? Because basically I need to somehow find out that they have been captured. Because my character hasn't worked that out. He just knows they're missing. Can I roll to see if I can find them? Can I roll for that? Because that makes it.
I don't think so, because you'd have to search in a guardhouse to find them. It's the only way you could do it. I mean, are you going to search in guardhouses? That's the big question. Are you going to
I'm
put
gonna
yourself in that position of...
search the whole town as a spider.
So you're going to include guardhouses? Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
Include all.
I think you'll make your roll. I'd say a good 4 hours to search every room, every field, every little bush and shrubbery around, and check for signs of them. Maybe they've dropped something.
Okay, so then that's two wild shapes then, eh? So I use both my wild shapes for that.
Yeah. That's fine.
What should I be rolling? Investigation.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. It's probably... Yeah, go for it. Okay.
No.
I don't know. I guess you miscounted the guardhouses and you didn't search all of them. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what happened. But you're unable to find them.
Did Alon
Uh,
find Keller's godhouse?
Meanwhile, did he find Keller's guardhouse? There's a chance. Maybe he's seen some guards hanging out here and a little bit of action on this side. But yeah, he
Did
didn't.
I
He
did
hasn't
I
seemed
see
to have
his?
searched them.
Okay.
Okay, meanwhile at the inn, it's going to hit about 10 a.m. with this real late sleeper of Ridgar. The serving girl is going to come in and wake you up and say that she needs to clean the rooms. She says it looks like your companions might have left without you. There's no sign of them in the inn so far. Sorry, say again? Ella no, she says, yeah, no, he's the only one here, but I guess he was helping with the church. He's filthy.
That is
Hmm.
true.
Says it could be. But I don't know, they're not sure. I've cleaned their rooms. I've actually prepared them for other guests to arrive. Seeing as they've taken all their belongings and left. Meanwhile, Alor is going to wake up. He's going to come outside, come into the hallway. See you talking to the maid there. He's going to come over, and he's still sooted black with these like real coal black hands and smudges all over his face. And he's going to ask you if you could buy him some breakfast. And he notices his hands and says, well, maybe after he's gotten a wash. Okay, and he goes on out and looks for a puddle because he doesn't know any better.
Anyone that we
Says no, he hasn't seen them since yesterday. They all kind of left in the afternoon. He hasn't seen them since. He was out all night putting a church out. It was really fun. You should have come. And he goes and looks for whatever it could be. Some kind of water. Maybe there's a trough somewhere the goats are using, but he washes up. Yeah, the poor goats, now they got some nasty water full of his coal stuff. But anyway, yeah, he comes back and he's ready for breakfast. He tells you how hungry he is, how hard he was working last night, all the buckets he carried, and how it seemed like they were flowing a kind of river down the road to that church. It's probably like a couple coppers, I don't know. Real cheap. Real cheap. Okay. So, yeah, now you finish up eating. Hello. Says he's going to just relax a bit. His muscles are feeling a bit sore after all those buckets. So he stays back. Yeah, it's true. So, if you leave the inn and start searching for a guard, you'll see directly down the road on the west side there's one Eastfield guard and a couple of others that you know are part of the Tieflings little band. What's that? You're just cutting out. No, the Tiefling isn't there, but his couple of his buddies are there. They're seem to be doing some inspection of whatever might be going on with the church. Scott, yeah, he seems to be just being on guard. Perhaps he's making sure no one goes in there and messes anything up. There's still some bloodstains on the floor in some places. Maybe there's a little bit of evidence. I don't know. Okay, as you approach, he says, "Oh, you'll have to find another place for your prayers this day. I'm afraid our church caught fire last night." Yeah, sure. I've just got to stand guard here, but I can answer questions. Oh, yeah, they were involved in the trouble last night, that's for sure. There was another woman with them as well. but doesn't sound like she was with you. They were all arrested pending, I believe it was some kind of interrogation of how the church got on fire and how a woman was almost murdered. They should be at the guardhouse there, all the way on the east side. No problem. Okay. You go down there, and there is a little bit of activity going on. There's a number more guards than were at the entrance that you came through. So you're just watching them, or what's going on?
It's a lot of
Okay, so if you approach that guard right next to you, he's going to turn around because he's looking down the road there, looking for travelers really to inspect. And he's going to ask you what he can do for you. Maybe you're looking to leave, maybe there's some belongings that were confiscated. Yeah, and he starts squinting at you a little, trying to size you up, and says, "Oh, they got into some trouble last night for sure. You're not the same kind of them as you. You're not the same kind of trouble, are you?"
hired to keep.
And he gives a big chuckle at that. "Oh, I hope the pay's good. It doesn't look like it's going to go well for you in the future." Says, "Oh, we've got about 3, I believe. There's one badly injured, in this guard over here," and he points to that little guardhouse. And the one I'm at over here has a couple that we've just imprisoned before we can take some kind of formal interview. Gotta have some little bit of lawfulness in these matters, don't we? I'd imagine just till the end of the day if they're innocent, but otherwise, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Okay, as you enter the tavern, the tiefling is exiting. He says, "Oh, maybe you're looking for new work now. It seems your companions might have become tied up in... Well, let's just say things aren't looking good for them. Let me know if you're interested in that job offer." He's going to carry on going on his way. Cool. Okay, so unbeknown to Lash and Anuri, the tiefling goes over to Keller first, and they have a chat for a good hour or so. But eventually he does do his duty and come around to them. See, going to start with you, Anuri.
All right.
So, he says, "Well, I don't know, I've been told you're quite a coward. Maybe we should let you out of the cage for a bit for your interview. I mean, you don't seem like the type that needs to be caged, do you?"
Oh, no, not at all. I am an absolute coward. It's part of my culture not to fight when outnumbered.
Okay. All right. Throws you some shackles. So just shackle yourself and then let you out the cage. Let's get this done quickly.
Yep.
Cool. Little stool in the corner for you to sit on, and he sits on a similar stool. He asks you, "So what happened last night? How did the church end up on fire, and how did it end up with you apparently almost murdering that woman?"
Well, Long story short, the fire itself was from the spear that that lady Keller threw at me. It's got this nice little activation spell that does a spot of lightning. She actually stole it from me a long time ago. That's how I know what it does.
He starts writing some notes down in his little journal again. He says, "Are you? Do you often find magical spears being stolen from you?"
Only by her. She's quite the career criminal.
So this would be the first case. Do you often find spears being thrown at you?
Not usually, especially not in churches. Maybe some arrows from goblins or something, but not
So no
spears.
churches, you say. So that's a new one, I guess. Okay. And what about the woman? Why would you? Apparently, I've heard. I didn't see it myself, but why would you try to kill her?
Oh, I have quite the history with her. The witness might not have seen it too well, but I saw her drawing a weapon on me, and I decided to take the initiative, considering our history. I'll have you know she cut the finger off of my good druid friend.
Druid, he says. Your friend?
No. Oh no.
Where could he be? Maybe I should talk to him about this. He's not staying at the inn, is he?
I think he was, but it's quite hard to keep track of him. He's always all over the place. He likes to keep in touch with nature, although he's often misunderstood.
Okay. He turns and kind of shouts out the door for one of his men to go and stand by in the inn, give it a good searching over, and just generally make sure that no one comes and goes that's not meant to. And so one of them does leave and does just that.
So I'm probably in one of the rooms currently because I wasted the duration on the wild shape. So I'm probably hiding away in there, trying to again meditate until I have the ability to escape again.
Okay, well, he's just going to talk to the serving girls first because the innkeeper's such a useless pushover. And she'll tell him about all the people that are staying here, how it's quite similar to yesterday. And she says that she went through the rooms this morning herself, and there's no strange people staying here, such as a druid. But he doesn't take her word for it, and he begins to search as well. He does eventually come to your door. Is it locked?
Yes.
He knocks on it.
So I say, hello? Who's there? Because I know it might get kicked down.
Okay, no, he says, no, morning. We just need to check on the current residents here at the inn. We've heard rumors of someone stealing.
Someone's stealing?
Yeah, no, we've just got to check it all through. We can't have thieves in our inn.
Well, you should probably check one of the rooms nearby. I heard a scuffle happen. Sounds like there was a fight.
Says, oh no, don't worry about it. It was me. You've heard. I've been checking them all.
Can I roll to deceive?
Okay, roll to deceive. And you don't quite make it. He is pretty sure because he's checked through pretty much all the rooms. And he knows he was making a noise when he was checking through the rooms, opening whatever cupboards there might have been, lifting up the beds. He was doing a thorough job of it, and he's sure whatever you might have heard was him.
Okay, does he think I'm lying though?
He thinks you're mistaken.
Okay. So what did he say?
He says, no, well, it was me making the scuffle. I've been searching all the other rooms. I've just come from next door, actually. So there's nothing strange about hearing a scuffle.
Really? I swear I could hear loud animal noise coming from downstairs.
Says, oh, well, I mean, there could be. Perhaps there's a butcher in the kitchen slaughtering something. I'm not sure, but I'm about a thief here, so I'm just going to need you to open up. Won't take
Okay.
long.
And
Just
then
open and close.
I start to step extremely loudly as if I'm walking towards the door.
Okay.
And is there a window behind me?
Yeah, there's a window.
Okay, so I'm gonna open that fucking window and I'm gonna run out of there. Can I do it? Can I roll stealth to see if I do it? So I'm gonna walk like I'm gonna unlock the door.
Yeah,
and then-
roll stealth or sleight of hand, either of them if you're trying to manage this window quietly. Fuck it up. Somehow your hand goes through the window with your excessive force, and your hand is now cut and bleeding everywhere. Roll Constitution saving throw. Okay, I'll give you this one and say you managed to contain yourself from screaming out in pain unless you wish to.
I wish to.
Okay, all that's heard is the tinkling of broken glass. Again, he asks, are you okay? I'm coming in. This is awfully suspicious. What are you doing?
I guess I take my staff and my robe and I put them under the bed. And
Okay, he
then
kicks the door open, just in time for you to have put your things under the bed and stood up with a bloody hand. He looks and sees the window behind you and says, well, were you trying to escape? Why would you cut your hand on the window right now?
I'm rather clumsy. I tripped and my hand smashed through the window. It's really
He takes a step back out of the doorway and calls down to the serving girl. You seem to be double checking that you are in fact meant to be staying in this room. She does start coming. You can hear her footsteps coming along on the hall. He is just standing in the door.
shit. I guess I'm
homie,
just going
I'm getting
to
tired of dudes just getting over on the raza.
chill. I don't know.
Okay, the serving girl peeks in and says, no, he hasn't signed in here for sure. I've never seen him before. Not even seen him walking around the town. I actually don't know how he's gotten in here.
Oh, she
And
definitely has seen me because I did
Has
sign
she?
in the first time. Remember the
Did
first
you?
night?
That's true. You signed in the first night. Yeah, and then I think the rest of the time you're sneaking away.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's all my bad then. No, then she'll say no. She has seen you and you did sign in. And she will show him the ledger if he is that much unsure about it. Looks you over and says, you're not a bard, are you? Not a fucking bard, a
Druid.
druid. Jesus, why do I keep saying bard? Okay, you're not a druid, are you?
No, but I have heard rumors of a cursed druid running amok.
No, so have I heard the same. And he says, okay, well, thanks for your time. And he's going to close the door and remain stationed in the inn for anyone suspicious.
Okay. So I'm gonna meditate immediately after he closes the.
Okay. Anuri, so I think you're still busy being questioned. What were we talking about? Something about arrows and goblins and churches.
Yeah, I was explaining, this Keller lady, that's her real name. She was traveling among a group of what seemed to be guards, and she had been deceiving them with some kind of shape-shifting spell. She has some kind of magical hat. The witness who was in the church will attest to the fact that she changed forms. And, yeah, I mean, I was just trying to get my employers here. They had a very personal item stolen from them, and I was just asking for it back, and things escalated.
And he looks you over in your manacled self and asks you, are you often asking for things back?
Honestly, usually I wouldn't be bothered, but my employer here has some kind of way of knowing for absolute sure that this lady has her item, and I did promise to get it back for her.
Surely there's no reason to draw blood over that. I mean, couldn't it have
I
been
didn't
handled a
mean to,
different
but
way?
she was drawing a weapon on me.
Hmm. You didn't mean to, but still, blood was spilled.
I wasn't trying to kill her, though, just incapacitate her, because she has managed to slip out of situations and escape a number of times thanks to her disguise.
Oh yes, no, she's told me of her escapes. I think there was one where I believe it's your druid friend was trying to force himself on her, and she managed to escape.
Jesus, man.
No such thing ever happened. I wouldn't say she's my druid friend's type either. She's kind of old and soft and squishy looking.
Says, okay, well, that's fair enough, I guess. What about the church? I have it by a fourth witness who says it was Lash who set the church on fire.
What? That's nonsense. That lady threw a lightning spear at me. The fourth witness definitely saw it happen. And I still have the spear that she threw. I'll give it to you.
So you have the spear that set the church on fire, and
Yes,
you
I
say it's
grabbed it out
your
the wall.
spear. So, okay, well, maybe I'll come back and we'll have another chat, but this will be all for now. And he
Who
asks
was
you,
this fourth witness?
oh, nothing you need to worry about. Don't worry, I'll get to the bottom of the justices and injustices.
The fourth witness should have been an injured man who was in the corner of the room. It was the guard that rescued him.
Don't worry now, you just concern yourself with your own well-being. He suggests that you get into the cage and then remove the manacles.
I hiss disappointedly and get in the cage.
Okay. So, eventually, a chat is done with Lash as well. However, she is taken to a different place. Well, she was taken to a different place already, kind of. You know what I mean? They didn't do it with you two in the room. So you are unable to hear what's been going on. Same for her. And a good few hours are going to pass. It's probably going to get to lunchtime. You might be served some kind of watery gruel. No bread, though. And the tiefling just goes on back to the inn for lunch.
Does Lash end up back in the same room as me after the thing?
No, since that they kept you guys apart, they haven't let you kind of come into contact for any kinds of conniving.
So is my meditation done?
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Okay, so I think I'm aware of who is in the inn, right? Besides the tiefling, because I did as a spider watch everyone in the town. So I slink away. I don't wear my robe or the stick, and I try to avoid being in contact with any of those people in hide armor. And I approach.
As yourself, as a druid.
I'll do it as an animal. Actually, it makes more sense. So I'll find where Ridger is when he's in his room. I think that's how you say it, right? Ridger.
You, uh, who's a Ridger? What?
That's how you say that name, right? Ridger.
I don't know.
Ridger Stork. Our other companion.
Oh, I guess. I don't know.
So
But you're trying to roll some, you're trying to slink away, is that what you're saying? So whatever you are, you're gonna have to roll some stealth to get past this guy watching you, unless you go directly through your broken window. I guess you still have to roll stealth, but I mean, it's some good chances there.
okay. I'm a spy.
Little spider, no, that's fine then. And
Cool.
you get through your window and you're outside the inn.
And then I go to Ridger when he's alone and not near anyone. Maybe
Oh,
he
Ridgar.
goes
Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
Ridgar. Sorry,
Maybe it's Ridger. I don't know. I just said it how I read it, which was Ridgar.
sorry. Is it Ridgar or Ridgar? Sorry, dude. So I want to approach you basically when you're alone and turn back into a elf. I'm gonna ask you whether you know what's happened to Anyuri and yeah, just Anyuri. I guess. Okay, so you're not gonna be ever like use your chamber pot or something like that. Because I can't really be around those females and dudes in hide armor because they'll immediately try to kill me.
Yeah, it's all up to Ridgar. But he would most likely, as he said, return to his room as darkness falls. Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Tower. So you're gonna say that's gonna be really late in the evening, or when about? Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna be following you, and because my intent was to find you.
Cool. So you two can prep that if you like. Let's see. The tiefling has his lunch. Kind of looks over his little ledger a bit more, and decides to go back and maybe take a couple more interviews. And again,
so I'm gonna follow him then.
Okay. And again, he starts with Keller, unbeknown to.
Can I try to sneak into the interview area if I'm following him?
Let's say. I don't think so. I believe you'll be instantly spotted and killed. Because it's so many guards in such a small space, with everyone really just trying not to let prisoners escape, anything strange happen.
I didn't know this guy catch you up before.
Yeah, but I am that spider. Like I'm tiny.
I mean, normally I'd let you roll, but I'm saying I don't think it's worth rolling for. I don't believe there is a roll within your grasp that could let you sneak in without being spotted.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to go around these two watchtowers, and so I can't go into that one at the top there. Can I try to sneak it to the one on the bottom, or not really?
One on the bottom will pretty much be the same.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna watch and wait. Then that's all I can do.
Yeah,
Can I?
yeah. No, that could be good. Checking what's out going on. Okay, so the tiefling carries on chatting. Meanwhile, a guard shift happens, and these two start moving off to wherever it is they're going to be taking their off of shift snooze.
Okay, I now have an opportunity to sneak into these buildings, then, right?
Yeah. If you want to try the one with the tiefling, I won't stop you this time. But the bottom one looks much better.
Okay, so then, I'm gonna try to sneak into the.
Okay, so let's check. Give me a stealth as a spider. A 9, a fairly low roll. You are spotted. And the guard comes in. Well, he doesn't come in. He comes over to you.
I'm like on the wall or near like a.
Yeah, no, he decides he doesn't want spiders in his guardhouse. He kind of draws his weapon and tries to flick you off the wall. He's not aiming to kill, he's just trying to kick you out.
But do I spot Anuri?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
there we
You
go.
see Anuri in one cell, though you can't spot Lash, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, you can see Anuri.
So now I finally know what's going on. Okay.
Okay, you are flicked out.
All right. So I am going to sit on the outside wall area and pay attention to the guards shifts and listen to the guards speaking about what's happening.
Okay, so some new guards appear and they carry on watching the road and all the movement happening around their little houses. Tiefling comes out, comes back down, and wants to chat again with Anuri. So Anuri, he says again that if you just put these on, then you'll be let out of the cage.
Right away. I put them on.
Okay.
And get out.
Yeah. So again, you're back in the stalls. He says, okay, so I have it that your weapon was stolen and then used to set fire to the church while you were in the church and killing the woman, well, attempting to kill, he mutters, that had the spear.
I give him a slightly confused look. Can I tell if he's under any kind of spell or persuasion, or if he's trying to deceive me?
That seems kind of broad.
Is he being charmed, and or is he lying?
Okay, give me some insight. What is it that you're specifically trying to figure out that he's lying about?
I'm trying to figure out if he is colluding.
What word, what was he saying that sounded like collusion to you? Which part
I feel like I'm being
really
framed here.
Yeah, so I want to know which part is it that sounded like really off, really kind of sent a little alarm bell going off in your head that he may be up to no good from your point of view.
The fact that he's saying I took the weapon and used it, and didn't he say before that Lash started the fire?
He said that he has it on a witness that it may have been Lash that started the fire.
So there are changing stories here.
I think he was just
it's always the
reciting.
worst for me.
I think he was reciting witness testimonial to you.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, you roll your 5 insight, and you think seems to be quite genuine about
Right.
upholding the law and getting to the bottom of this.
I explained to him I that's mm, certainly not the case, and unless this witness has been bought off or something, that's definitely not what they saw. And in the first case, I mean, although that weapon used to be mine, I didn't even know how to activate it, so I couldn't have used it to light the fire until I heard her saying the magic word, so to speak. I didn't even know how to use it. I can tell you that Bifund Grainbreaker living down in the city, he'll attest to the fact that I didn't know how to use it. I told him. And the
Yes, it
reason why
doesn't.
is because I don't know how to read. I never figured it out.
Yes, no, if we were talking about perhaps killing by book, that would make sense. But we're talking about a magic weapon here. You don't often hear it, that people have magic weapons and don't know how to use them, do you? Isn't that a little bit strange? Doesn't that seem off?
I mean, it's not at all unusual for me. I'm very unaware of magical things in general.
Okay, so you're going to be
A
the
magical
outlier.
item and a non-magical item are both just pointy weapons. That's how I use them.
Yeah. He says, okay, so it sounds like you're the outlier in this case. You're the exception.
I suppose, I'm just not from a very advanced culture.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not news to me. Says, okay, well, I think I've heard enough. Yeah, you can stay out of your cage for now. And he takes a moment and steps outside.
Okay, thank you, but please don't let that Keller lady out of your sight. She'll disappear in an instant. She's magical.
Okay. And the tiefling sends a guard away. You can hear some running footsteps of it going away.
Stretch.
And it calls all of his buddies, even the one in the inn. And they head back. The guard then runs off again into this little building over here. All the guards come and chat. If you'd like to listen to what the tiefling is saying outside, just give me some perception, Anjuri.
I'm outside though, right?
Yeah, you're probably around. Yeah, no, you can. Yeah, do roll me perception as well. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Let's see what we've got. Okay, so it looks like you both managed to hear it, and they are talking about putting you on a cart in a cage. And even though it looks a little bit strange, they do in fact have a cart with some cages on it in that building. Which came apart somehow. But it's fine. And they get it all ready to load you up on. These
They
big
say where it's going.
and brutish guards. Well, they don't. They just talk about it going down the east path or the east road. These big brutish peeps come inside. They take you by your elbows as you're still all cuffed up in that.
Yep.
And they lead you to the cart. Two
Do
more
I
go in as
see
well.
anyone else?
Yeah, you do. Two more go in as well. and they come out with Lash, and she goes into the cart with you.
I give Lash a confused look. What did you tell them?
And the guard jumps on with a little escort, and they start riding out of Eastfield with you on board.
Okay, so I see this happening, and I get on the back of the cart.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You're on the back of the cart. It's 10 o'clock, so I'm going to. We could end the session now. We could go on longer. I do have the next part prepared. It's entirely up to you guys.
I don't mind. It's what you guys want.
I don't mind either way.
Okay, I'll say we should end it because there is Path of Exile next week, and I think having a lot of content that I don't need to prepare is better for me.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool. I hope you enjoyed the session, guys. It was very slow. No one really seemed to want to do too much, but we got there eventually after Lash threw herself into trading danger.
Yeah.
Do you think
Am
we're
I
all
on my
good
way
for?
to be executed or something?
I don't know. Yeah,
Probably
we
like
could
a
talk to
slave
them.
mine.
We could talk to them in the cart eventually, I guess. But are we good for the same time next week?
Yeah.
Should have killed her.
Yeah, you were close. You were close to killing her, unless she was deceiving you. I'm not sure.
She's
Damn
like a
it.
campaign villain. It's so weird. I think. Was it because of the way we behaved in the campaign? Is why she's like a villain.
She's in the game because you like to hate her. Pretty much. I think she gives you some good motivation.
I think my character needs to get revenge.
Yeah, no,
Chop
you lost a finger. Yeah, you can't forget about that. She took your finger.
Gotta chop off her hand or something.
Yeah, I'm surprised you weren't investigating her to find out what she did with it. It could be all kinds of crimes with your fingerprints all over the place by now.
Oh no.
Oh shit, does she have my finger?
Yeah, she kept it.
Oh my god. That's terrible.
Yeah. It's tough. Tough.
We really need to kill her. Oh,
Every
she just
time
manages to like collude with people so easily. She's so sleazy.
we need that hat, dude. You steal the hat, it's done.
Oh, I could like pretend to be an elf. That would be neat.
Yeah. Yeah, the changing like races things, sizes and that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I think we were talking about leveling earlier. I'm gonna put it off until you clear this whatever's going on here. It might be a little bit long. Depending on where you go. Oh, I don't know. I mean, if they wanted to kill you, wouldn't they have killed you kind of right there?
I guess so.
Just
Jeez, I'm on 23 hit points and I still don't know how to sleep.
yeah, all you got was a half rest last night. That's true. So close to that sweet coffin. And it was snatched.
My character is so upset with the wall
Of
right
that
now.
Ed. Getting the planks, carving the planks, making coffins. He's a lot went into that.
Yeah.
At least it's going to good use. Someone will be buried in it in the church. Could have been you guys, but yeah, you're not being executed here.
It's gonna be a slave mine, right?
I don't know. Don't know what it is. Hopefully, Saren returns for next week.
Yeah,
I don't expect him to miss many sessions. I don't know. Let's see. We can finish off, I guess. Ridgar, you will turn up there to the guard, like you said, at around 9 p.m. and you will find your companions gone. He's going to tell you that they were judged to have been guilty for their crimes, and they were carried away like all the other criminals in this town.
Executed or
Says he's actually not sure. He didn't really watch them as they were interviewed and judged and all that, and he doesn't know where they go. He really just houses them. You could see. Said, well, if you dare, you could talk to Godbless, the tiefling. He's always marching around here when he comes to visit and making sure this and that is all as it should be. Yeah, no, some do call him that. Yeah, tieflings, they do look quite.
certainly acts the part.
Says it's true, but I don't know. He does keep things in order. I can't deny that. And okay, you happy with that?
Yep.
So poor Alora's back there. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna go eat some supper or something.
Cool. Cheers, guys.
Cool. Cheers, eh?
Cheers, cheers.